Daniel's here. Correctivity for homeostasis, and thereby autonomy and sovereignty for European peoples, genus and species. A concept of genetic unionization, structuring, social accountability, and correctivity for human ecology and pervasive ecology. Okay, on today's show, I want to begin with a little housekeeping, that is to say, corrections on some of the things that other people were saying in recent podcasts, whether they were tedious or more in the background of a long-standing program that has been put forth by our antagonists and taken up by some people purporting to be on our side. Anyway. And then I'll be moving on to a discussion of, I'll be going over some, before that I'll be addressing some of my own misspeaking, as I'm wont to do, a bit of a quirk of mine. For example, saying Josh Neal several times when I meant to say Joel Davis. It's the kind of thing I'll do. Or saying World War II when I meant to say World War I, that kind of thing. I see Mr. 1C3 there. I don't really want to get into that too much tonight. I don't know if I'll be talking to you tonight. I have to say that with regard to a League of Nations idea, I would be mainly concerned that that you or anybody else not go too far beyond just setting the idea of parameters and not prescribing very much at all in terms of what happens within those parameters, and not prescribing a whole lot, in fact, in terms of what happens in coordination between PhD Alex de Medici. Ciao, Alex. Because I want to engage some of the hermeneutic strands that I've observed as significant for the interest of European peoples on this show. I don't want to talk too much about DNA nations. So first, let's begin with the trivial and get that out of the way. Notably, Claire Caw. Every time I talk to this woman, if she doesn't annoy me straight out, I find myself my skin crawling upon reflection of certain things that she says, and hopefully before too long we'll be moving on to better interlocutors than her. Um, but anyway, some things that are important to correct of what she said in the last show. Because they're prone, even if it is just clerical and it's tedious, it's the kind of thing that that she is engaging, which is prone to a divide and conquer among European peoples. Because she's Chinese, and she really, and beyond that, she just doesn't care really about European people. This is not her people. This is not her vested interest, and it shows in a statement, and a basically outrageous statement, like she said, Polish people have a pathological hatred of Russians. It's just like this. It's so shocking and out of nowhere untruth that it takes a while to sink in, because I've never known a Polish person who just like hates Russians, who just does this. And so to say that, to stir up that kind of, the perception of that kind of animus. I don't know whether she's pandering to the right wingers of America, or all into Putin now, or just want to see Slavic people kill themselves. But it's really a bad and wrong thing to say. It's not true. Sure, anybody who lived through the Soviet Union hates the Soviet Union, and with good reason. It was an evil regime. And that having been the more recent oppressive affliction than Nazi Germany, it's more in mind in terms of an oppression to throw off. Looking west, unfortunately, I say, in a way, looking west, and they've been looking west and towards America. So much so that when I tried to tell them that America is largely the problem now, when I first came here, they didn't want to hear it. Sam Sandel says, "Hey Daniel, you're great. We had a great discussion." Oh, thank you, Sam. I guess it's the guy from Israel. Alrighty then. So that's not true. And then she says things like Hitler just wanted his place in the sun, and Putin is just another in line of powers that will be and do their thing, and she's talking about the lives of millions of Europeans being destroyed, and she wants to treat it just as like something that you should just accept as a fact of nature. And this is this is not the kind of person that we want to be considering very seriously. Claire Call, who clearly doesn't care about our people, and she wants to impose this stupid secular Koran stuff, and she needs to shove that back up her ass where she got it. She has a lot of nerve, and again, maybe she's compromised. The authorities in England have these photos of her posing with swastikas and Hitler, and they tell her, go and troll these people, try to provoke them, get them to say things that we can use against them. She tried to accuse me of all these things. What else? What else do I need to say about her, if anything? Oh yeah, and then she mentions. I was talking about Matt Parrott and my conflict with him, and she. Oh, do you know that Jen Sharf had an argument with Matt Parrott as well? And I was like, are you serious? Do you think that I would seriously have been listening to Jen Sharf? I haven't. She was only someone who I listened to at all because she was participating in a conversation with people who were, over the territory of European concerns. Never. Jen Sharf is this egomaniac who doesn't care about our fundamental concerns of our biological concerns as European peoples, the homeostasis thereof, and is proposing this absurd, physics instead, and taken to this notion of hers of a reincarnation, or this is, and she proposed this is supposed to be a consolation to us, that we're destroyed that we could be destroyed as a biological entity and come back as some matter of physics, whatever. This is, as I said, this is a puerile girl's concern that you not hold us accountable and not be too concerned about what you're doing with your liberalism and your mud sharking and so on. So I never took. That's an epistemological blunder, and I don't. I was insulted that Claire Call would even invoke this name, Jen Sharf, because I don't know if it's been 2 years since the last time I've even a passing listen to anything she has to say. But it's been well over a year. I'm just not interested. And then, to make matters worse, Claire Call was asking me, what were Matt Parrott's concerns? What did he think was lacking in your worldview? Fuck you, Claire. Like, what Matt Parrott thinks matters. It doesn't. There's nothing particularly lacking in my worldview, and where things could be enhanced. Interlocutors are welcome, but this is not going to happen by way of him. And his, bureaucracy, his strawman factory, strawman manufacturer, his his Christian religion that it's been, which is essentially a kosher red caping for moral order. He's obviously too shallow to care about. So anyway, no, I don't care about Matt Parrott's opinion either. I think that those were the two most the most pressing things that I wanted to address about Claire Um, the next thing that I wanted to talk about was kind of a misspeaking of my own, and it was in conversation with Claire and as is usually the case, it has to do with something that I take for granted. It's probably true for other people too. I said in addressing, the problems of democracy as it will be, as it's been presented and put forth. I didn't address the obvious abuse, the most obvious, which is most salient in the case of Tony Blair and his wanting to his statements about importing migrants in order to put an end to contentions from the right and from the Tories and like that, which is it's plainly evil, and that therefore these migrants would vote would vote for would vote Labor. That would have been the better. What I said was to Claire is that in the Democratic Party in the United States will even have illegal immigrants voting, and there may be some instances of that, but it's a pretty extreme and almost unnecessary example. Yes, that's going on in the United States too. That you have the liberals as well, the Democrats as well, whomever. But the Democrats having their reasons for inviting in immigrants to vote Democrat. Well, everybody knows at this point that the Republicans have their reasons, which is to scab any potential unionization to lower wages. So they're not really innocent either on that score. But the point is that I don't know. I want to go to my next bone of contention, which will be academic agent. And the correction that bears necessity there. I don't know and it might be it's not really paranoid because I'm not really like worried about it or something. But in the show, in a recent show and subsequent to mine, where I said that I pointed out I used these unnecessarily extreme example of an abuse of democracy, illegal immigrants as opposed to legal immigrants. Of course, legal immigrants are an even bigger problem, and the laws which would promote legal immigration. What happened was that academic agent and his interlocutors, one of them would be Margoth, and there was some other guy, one of the Christian guys, and that's a problem of itself, sort of picked up on this. Oh yeah, the center rightists, they want to talk about how illegal immigration. Well, legal immigration is the big thing, and it's Tony Blair. But yeah, it's obvious, and I took it for granted. That's the only reason why I didn't say it. It was just a momentary, not even oversight, just like I took it for granted. And Tony Blair. Pfft. So there's academic agent, on his high horse. Oh, it's not illegal immigration. That's right. It's illegal, and well, obviously, and these center rightists. I don't know if he's going to try to. I don't think that he would even try to portray someone like myself as a center rightist. But there begins to engage in this Iranian man who is sort of injecting himself, Johnny-come-lately injecting himself on the scene. And so often the case is I find with Middle Easterners who are trying to, or part Middle Easterners, he's half Welsh too, trying to impose themselves on our concerns. Is that, similar as Claire Claw, there's an aspect in which you can tell there's a part of him that doesn't care, that lacks that disdain, that care. And so, being trying to make a partial living out of this stuff, as an academic, there's an important distinction that's going to come about there too. Or a former academic, whatever. He is trying to make a living from that kind of position still, in a way. Imposing himself over the concerns of European peoples as an Iranian man. What he's doing, because he's not a deep thinker, he is not philosophically embedded in our concerns very deeply. He's happily taken on the identity as with the right wing, as a right winger, and against the left, which of course, as I've illustrated, and it's clear, has been a marketing program. This you're supposed to argue against this. If you want to be popular in kind of nationalist concerns, you argue against a characterology of the left. This has been a kosher marketing program, which emerged about 2008. You can hear a whole lot of talk about the left before that. The left. Okay, so emerged as a marketing campaign in 2008 when the kosher folks in particular came to greater power and influence than ever, and their 7 to 10 niche hegemonies, and they wanted to valence right-wing reactionaries in alliance against any left ethno-national unionization and coalition building that might gather against their hegemony. Okay, so, and surprisingly, most anybody who has any sort of that you've heard of going over these concerns takes that, goes into that box, that discourse masterfully organized by the folks, and this, between their right-wing purported objectivism and a characterology of the left, and academic agent, of course, is just another one of those. He's an intelligent guy, no doubt, and is equipped with erudition and ability to delve into more of the traditional conservative writers. And because he doesn't have the kind of vested interest that, say, someone of myself has, he's not going so far as to radically address and correct the conceptualizations of academia. He's only going so far as will be allowed within that box. I'm the right, and here's what these quote lefties are doing. And for a Christian, as one of I've forgotten who the guy's name was. He's around. That I was talking to on one show, and I talk about Christian. It's not like a lot of what they were. That's not much of what they were talking about at all. And then of course Morgoth. This framework where a characterology of the left is the enemy may seem almost like just the way it is. They completely take it for granted. They like Guestworker, they want to treat it like it's an objective fact. Guestworker, another guy who never was uneducated, never went to university, and is flippant to the point where just anything. But university is no good. You don't need it. You only need him. Or there could be a lot of arrogance about these people who've never experienced university at all, and academic agent is, in a sense, taking advantage of that with someone like Morgoth, and who is also uneducated in a university sense, and so he's maintaining that Altecast framework, which is a huge part of the problem. And yes, academic agent does think that Paul Gottfried is great, I'll get into a few more tidbits in that regard in a moment. But first, I have to take a break, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. How do I mute this thing? Back. Okay, so you have this Iranian guy, academic agent, um, who doesn't have quite the vested interest of a fully European person in our folk, and has his academic pedigree and to Lord. Uh, he he has occasion now to talk about problems of democracy, and which I was addressing as well. And but he's taking up these center rightists. They what they want to do is you know they want to focus on illegal immigration, and look at what Tony Blair did. Um, as if I don't know that, and as if I'm a center right. Well, never mind. Anyway, um, uh, I've been saying, I've been talking quite a bit about how Mearsheimer, um, Joel Kodkin, and Timothy Snyder, who are proposing themselves as the West's antidote to Hitler's not Hitler, to Putin's despotism. Um, as the beacons of democracy, are really taking John Dewey's spread of the franchise to an extreme, and to an extreme which would, of course, destroy the boundaries, if not the borders, of our people. And putting that democratic principle above our border, our boundaries, and ultimately would be taken by even more forthrightly antagonistic people, less tactful than them, to open our borders. In the case of Tony Blair, providing the salient example, for the sake of quote democracy. Now, and of course, as any astute person and concern of of European peoples will see, the Republicans have their own reasons to open borders as well. Reagan, the famous quote, Paleocon student of Frank, what the hell was that? Jesus. Frank. Oh, no. Anyway, Reagan opened the borders, and the Republicans opened the borders again for their own reasons, as right-wingers will do. This is why this platform is superior to any around, because we have our eye on that. Anyway, so, but what someone like Academic Agent is going to try to say is that, they're not right enough. These are just the center rightists. And here's where it gets to be a big problem. So he's talking to Morgoth, and he's gonna Academic Agent's gonna pander to his audience, right? He's gonna say, it's Frank Meyer was the name, by the way, of the father of paleoconservatism, kosher fella, father of Paul Gottfried, father of Ronald Reagan, father of Pat Buchanan, father of Sam Francis, which was the MPI, which was the father of Richard Spencer, which was a mutant form that fizzled out. Anyway, so you have the Academic Agent. Now he's got his audience, a big audience, and he's pandering, of course. Oh, the left. Paul Gottfried told me it's the left is the problem. It must be true. So Academic Agent is talking to Christians. They're doesn't want to ruffle their feathers too much, because that's inside the kosher approved box, and Abrahamic. And then he's talking to Morgoth and saying, "Oh yeah, I was talking to Frody Midyard, and he's telling me I ought to listen to William Pierce more. So I've taken a deep dive into William Pierce, and I've been rediscovering Pat Buchanan a bit too. Pat Buchanan, paleoconservative, which is an amalgam of Christianity and Enlightenment values. In other words, it's shit." Anyway, so what he's doing, and the bad misdirection that he's taking and giving when he is invoking William Luther Pierce. Okay, he's correcting for going too soft to begin with on the kosher question, and like a typical right winger in their inherent instability. Now he's going into the direction of pro-Hitler stuff or Hitler apologetics, which is, a big sell with American reactionaries, which is going to be a big part of his market, and just some reactionaries in general. But of course, William Luther Pierce was not opposed to Hitler, not apologetic to say the least for anything Hitler did, and not thinking that he did anything particularly wrong. And you'll find with just about anybody who stupidly tries to maintain Hitler as a guiding light, and that anybody who's try to maintain Hitler as a guiding light is stupidly doing it. They all just without fail, it seems, it's amazing, come by way of William Pierce. Now I've listened to a lot of William Pierce, and of course he's very intelligent and very good in many ways, but not in that way. He's scientific. He's a right winger. There's foibles about him, of course. But that's one of the bigger ones, is that he kind of thought that Hitler was a nicer guy to other Europeans besides Germans than he really was, and had a nicer disposition towards them than he really did. Sort of projecting his own sort of outlook. And he got, with that, he has a lot of people is encouraging their wish to believe that Hitler was sort of misunderstood. Which isn't really the case. Hitler was generally understood aright. And so whether it's Greg Johnson came by way, a lot of his disposition was, the direction of it was formed by William Pierce. It's many people. You'll see anybody who is like, who can't get past Hitler or thinks that Hitler is okay, it's quite predictably going to have come through the William Pierce school. And academic agent was saying that outrageously, he's talking about, he was going on to David Irving and Pat Buchanan. He was saying of David Irving that, these quote lefties, if they can't handle free speech, because if they were to debate David Irving, about Hitler and so on, they would lose. Oh, really? You think so, huh? You're confirming to me, academic agent, that you're not that smart. I mean, a lot of people have defeated David Irving's arguments already, let alone, him being a figure that nobody can defeat. And then academic agents going on and he's saying, "Oh yeah, Pat Buchanan." Are you kidding me? I I did misspeak with regard to Pat Buchanan in saying that, in lumping him into, what did I say? It was something about, I almost made Pat Buchanan sound something more of an apologist for Hitler and more of, and someone that shouldn't have been opposed. But that, I don't think that that's what Pat Buchanan really. For him, Pat Buchanan, it's more that the West should have stayed out of the war, and that's, yeah, okay. I can understand that position of not going directly to war against Hitler, maybe supporting other people's resistance. But his idea was that let Hitler and Stalin go at it and destroy each other. But whatever, his point of view, nevertheless, is overly sympathetic to the German perspective, and again, there's this kind of thing going on, and with pandering to this huge demographic, which most the largest slice of white American is of German extraction by far. Though largely Irish as well. But and I guess, the Welsh are somewhat antagonistic to English, as are the Irish. So that's academic agent's other part. So there could be a sort of native antagonism to English politics there as well, as in the case of the wars, and therefore over sympathy to Nazi Germany, and not that he's like promoting Hitler or anything, but academic agent is providing an extreme disservice from the popularity of his platform by his really stupid opinion. This obvious Johnny-come-lately doesn't know anything about what's been going on and what's required in white nationalist opinion of his that he calls the boomer truth regime. And the biggest problem is that Hitler is portrayed as the greatest evil. Well, this is not the greatest problem within the perspectives of white nationalism. One of the biggest problems, in fact, is that there's been just a constant attempts to repackage Hitler as not that bad at worst, if not like the hero of white people. That's the problem. Because what he calls the quote boomer truth regime would be, the mainstream media stuff, the kosher media, that Hitler was the greatest evil, and those boomers, but not the right wing boomers of previous generations, whether it's David Duke or William Pierce or whomever, or even Pat Buchanan. These guys, the problem with them is that they were right wingers who were pandering and providing and David Irving and providing false currency to this huge demographics in the United States, these reactionary demographics. That's the boomer quote truth regime, and that's been the lodestone, or the huge obstruction to our interests is this bullshit about how Hitler was like, this great guy. And the poor suffering people. Hey, um, and but they've been engaged in these boomer Hitler guys have been feeding their bullshit through an umbilical cord to the younger generations in their internet bubbles who want to hear this shit. They want to believe it. Stupid people like Tom White. Tom White whining about fucking how how beleaguered poor Hitler was. Now, okay, so there's this pandering going on to the German American art, and you can hear it in even someone who is trying to be innocuous, like David Cole Stein. This one of these guys who was one of the original was examining the he was examining I'm not laughing about Auschwitz. He was examining the Auschwitz concentration camp, right? And he's looking at these, what are effectively reconstructions of like the gas chamber buildings. That, oh, look, there's no Cyclone B on the. Oh, there's no Cyclone B on the reconstruction. No, I guess there isn't. Anyway, so this guy, so David Cole. You'll notice in a recent podcast, maybe his last podcast, he's doing this thing of pandering to Germans as well. Or German Americans. He doesn't like, for whatever reason, he doesn't like Slavic people, and which is that may sound absurd, but but listen to him. He even said, he says some things that if you were to say that about blacks or anybody else, you would think that you just he'd be thrown off of YouTube. His last show, he's like, Slavic people are so, I don't know what pejorative he used, bad, inferior, something, but all of them, and I guess that's something that's gonna work if you're these kind of German reactionaries that he's appealing to. And he's in there with the Institute of Historical Review, all that bullshit. Thinks that Mark Weber is a great guy. David Irving is okay. And I'm not saying that they're all bad. Either this, especially Mark Weber, all bad, but they have their limited perspective, and which is destructive, unbeknownst to them, perhaps in the case of Weber. And then Paul Gottfried is, again, it's another example of this kind of guy he may be, against the Nazis, but he's always trying to subtly or not so subtly tuck in his hey, I'm a German Jew myself, and I really I really love the high German culture and the Austrian Empire and that sort of. But what did he say in the last show? That was just the latest, and you can scores of examples of this in Paul Gottfried. It's a reason why a lot of people wrongly think that he's okay, because they're either German or kind of like an English person with German highlights, like perhaps 99 Iron Duke is, or others. where was it? I have it in my notes. Oh, he was saying that the elites have a teutonophobia. And so they blame Germany for everything. What the fuck is he talking about? It's just something you would say to pander. Paul Gottfried is pandering when he says something like that. And to think I haven't even gotten into the body of the show yet. This is still house cleaning. So much bullshit going on. Academic agent literally said, if a Nazi is allowed to debate, he will win. Are you kidding me? Academic agent, you haven't. I know that you don't want to listen to my shows, but if you listen to the first show, a Nazi's not going to win. And people will, and he goes on, if a Nazi is allowed to debate, he will win, and people will come over to the right wing if given free speech. Oh God, academic agent, you shouldn't be allowed free speech. And Morgoth agrees. Again, this is like, this is the danger of these uneducated people like Morgoth, who is intelligent, no doubt, but uneducated, so that, as opposed to my experience, where I had my hands in there with the highest level academics I have, I'm seeing how they are taking, organizing, constructing the most radical concepts that people come to take for granted as the concerns of discourse. And so I'm able to see some things perhaps that are not so easy. See some things as constructed and as different ways of doing things that should be, that maybe Morgoth, on a radical level, that's maybe that Morgoth can't see because he's not had the experience. Academic agent, however, doesn't quite have that excuse. I attribute the likelihood the reason why academic agent is doing this is because he's not motivated to get that deep. He is an Iranian man, and is satisfied. He doesn't care that he's soft pedaling Hitler, and like Claire Caw, for example, Hitler and the right wing, and it's the misdirection of that, and its inherent instability, and its manipulability by our enemies, and this bullshit characterology of the left, the red caping of the left, and the red caping of postmodernity. Just he's happy to be that shallow and propose things that a divide and conquer among Europeans, stuff that has killed, in World War II, for example, over 50 million Europeans. It's just casually saying, oh, well, you want to say that these people are so stupid, they want to say that Hitler was the greatest evil. Ha ha ha, Hitler wasn't the greatest. That's evil enough. Academic agent. You stupid fuck! He says that if David Irving were to get in conversation with people, the opposition would lose. David Irvin's already lost. He's been shown up where he's like, fawning over Hitler and his other stuff has just been plainly wrong. But academic agent, he's very popular, and there's Morgoth with him, and he's in the wherever the not conveyor belt. He's in the sort of like the patty cake of these right-wing talk show people, and they're and Frody Midyer told me to to look into William Pierce. Oh yeah, of course. David Duke is next, right? I see that Emma I1C is saying some stupid shit. What do you expect? For anyone out there, I don't countenance the things that Mr. IC3 is saying. He's not European. He's an African man, and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So now then, anything else I wanted to address? Mistakes of previous shows. Okay, so let me just go into some more corrections of my own, if I can remember some misstatements of my own, and then I can move on to our hermeneutic. I was talking about how Matt Parrott and Matt Heimbach made a failed attempt at assimilating a leftist perspective. And I said, like me, they want to do things like organize around the workers and so forth. And I don't know why I said that. It's just because, yes, what I believe that the workers' perspective is very important and underrepresented, no doubt. A huge important distinction of left ethno-nationalism, as I present it, is that this class distinction is not all important at all. The nation, the people, the group, is the union, is the that's the class. And so I just didn't want people to think that I was of this traditional and stereotypical perspective of just concerned about the workers and not other people, quote, other than quote non-workers or whatever. The unemployed, unemployed by the right wingers. I always have to, as I say that I'm representing a left ethno-national perspective, I always have to quickly add so that people don't try to take advantage of stereotypes that I advocate, that in that perspective, I do advocate private property. I do advocate free enterprise, all, of course, within reason and balanced. But, you know, the principle of a union and being opposed to scabbery and exploitation from elites holds true on that level as well. The classification as the nation, immigrants would be looked upon as it's like scabs. Okay. And it is the opposite of liberalism, because you're either in the union or you're not. So that you're conserving what's within the union. And liberals will want to open the borders and bounds. It's the opposite of liberalism. This is like probably the most classic red caping. You have these right-wing American reactionaries always equating, and Luke Ford is still trying to do this, and he's getting away. Not getting away with it. He just does it. He slathers that on, trying to say that the left is liberalism. It's the opposite, and Luke Ford is. I mean, does he say anything honest? Does he say anything? Is his commentary worthwhile at all? And the answer is no. He's very dishonest. He's in service of. He's not defending the people. He's defending the elites and their abuse. Dirtbag. Now then, where was I? I'm not going to talk about majority rights. GW is a whole other matter for another day. Or Bowery. Oh, no, I that's right. I had something to correct with regard to Bowery. Actually pretty important. I was going hard on Bowery in the last show, saying how it remains true that it's mainly contentious, and which means arguing when you don't really know what the person's saying or care to know. I mean, that's generally true. Bowery argues against me wrongly, stupidly, because he doesn't know what I'm saying, and he doesn't care to appreciate what I'm saying and understand my motives, and that's really not acceptable. Contentious means that you're just arguing without really knowing, and Bowery is contentious. And I have to say, though, one comment of his in the thread that I was reading that I didn't read, and I don't know if it came after or if it was. I left it off because it's not really going to be within the trajectory of where Bower's coming from. He's going to be contentious and disrespectful of what I'm saying, and he should not be. He's going to be overly dismissive. He's not going to treat me like a colleague or something. He's going, I have so many more IQ points than you, and therefore, blah blah blah, and not bother to understand that what I'm saying is a fucking 1,000 times better than his shit. But anyway, he did say. He apologized at one point. He said, I when I put up these images after his talk about his days in Irkutsk and how on the east of Irkutsk was the Asians and the west of the Irkutsk was the European peoples, the Lake Baikal area. When I commented, I tried to connect with him there. I was talking like, yeah. And he reacted to some imagery I put up, and it's calling me, the culture of critique and making Jewish arguments. I was outraged because it's so untrue. And so, like, what the hell are you doing, guy? And then he looked at what I said in this paragraph, and he had to admit that he was wrong, and a bit more so. He said that I got to stop this, or we got to stop this. I've been reacting to you, and in a way that, in a presumptuous way, and not really, not really reading what you're saying and taking into account, and which was good and true, and people might make the legitimate argument against me that I was not connecting with this olive branch. And maybe I should have, and maybe I still will to some extent. We'll try another day. But here's the thing: is that I don't think it's going to work. Don't think that. I don't. It's to some extent a sunken costs problem with Bowery. He's ignored what I've said and been antagonistic to what I've been saying for so long, and so wrongly. Should not have been, but he was. I don't know if that he can really undo that, and he's so committed to a scientific perspective. Scientific is the pejorative word for scientific. He's been committed to science for good or bad, and let me take that back. That's going too far. He's so committed to an antagonistic perspective of what I've been saying, or that the humanities and that sort of thing. That I don't think that he can sufficiently correct it. I don't think that he wants to. I don't believe that. I hate to say I don't think he. And the fact that he's in there with guest worker who's been just even more dishonest and far more dishonest and hostile to anything that I have to say. Sets the context of why I don't really trust his olive branch as being good enough. That's all. So that's why I didn't. I don't have big regrets about not. Oh yeah. Let's talk with guest worker. Yeah, I'm going to talk with guest worker after 10 years of fucking gaslighting and strawmanning and totally disrespectful and stupid bullshit that's completely destructive to the interests of our people, misdirection on the sake of your no. Judgment has to be better than that. Again, maybe I don't write him off completely, but I'm not counting on his goodwill toward my platform too much. He's liable to misread it and misrepresent it, and to even see it as bad. Just okay. So, was there anything? Any other? No, one other thing, but one other mistake that I made with regard to Bowery was I sort of overstated the case of the who question of organizing who we are being preliminary to conflict resolution. Now that's just not the way that that's a GW kind of stupidity to make it so absolute. Everything has to wait until this problem is solved. That's not the way intelligent people look at the world and operate. They realize that there's several things going on at once, and you just balance the attendance to different matters. So conflict resolution, of course, is something. It's almost co-evolutionary with who we are. So it's not to say that has to concerns of conflict resolution have to wait. Just not. I'm also not going to put off valid criticisms of Bowery's empirical take on it and the expressions of Cartesian anxiety to the point of absurdity, pairwise duals and so on. But there are ways to deal with we do have ways to deal with conflict resolution, and I've proposed some already. Yeah. One more. I forgot to mention one thing about Claire Caw, her stupidity. It's like, was Matt Parrott looking for rules? It's like, communicology was coming from analysis and looking at the social construction of rule structures is our bread and butter. So Claire, don't step on our toes with your secular core and shit. Dude, this doesn't have rules that we want, or or whatever. It's not the source of the rules for us. This Abrahamic bullshit. The reason why she talks to me is she's looking to whatever, impose her bullshit. Say that she's said horrible things about me from the very first time that I talked to her. I said there'll come a day when better interlocutors than her are coming around, but not yet. Well, we do have Per Norden, Matt Parrott, and Snorkelplot. So far. More corrections I wanted to make. Like I said, in the last show, it's embarrassing, but I meant to be criticizing. I had a few minor criticisms, or not, and maybe one or two not so minor of Josh Neal. But I definitely am not like anti-Josh Neal, particularly. I just don't like some of the people that he. I think that some of the people that talks to are even more suspect, and that's not good in a way that speaks badly of Josh Neal, that he would go along with some of these people. There can be a good side for that. You get into a more popular audience. There's a trade-off, but it's there has to be people like me too who say no, no, not that. But I meant like I said, I several times, or a couple times, maybe 3, maybe even 4 times, I said Josh Neal when I meant to say Joel Davis. I was talking about Joel Davis. I'm being critical of Joel Davis because of his kosher mentorship under Katz and his he's gone so far as like he said Israel is our friend, and then he goes asking Paul Gottfried and others for kosher money, and he just many in his his Catholicism is only a part of it, and his chumminess with his idea that we need Christianity, and he's talking to these other Christians like Thamster, what's his name, uh, Tyler Hamilton, and many. There's several things that just speak bad misdirection through Joel Davis. I don't trust him. And then, of course, like again, it's the typical right wing thing. You go from that into, oh, Hitler wasn't that bad. It's like absurd as it is. It's typical. And when the Germans were, misunderstood on World War One and World War Two, it's like shit. This crap again. These kids. Where was that? Misstatements from the last show. Well, I put other misstatements, some other corrections in the notes underneath the last show. So I guess I don't have to go into that too much. Okay, so let's consider our housework done after an hour and a half, and move on to the main course, the meat, the filet mignon. I wanted to go over, as it becomes more clear in service of our people, the hermeneutic threads. Let's say our historical perspectives, worldviews, from the ancients to the more recently historical, to the present day circumstance. I don't want to go for good reason, for radical reason. I don't want to get into too much detail. The sun's coming up, and it's bothering me. I'm much happier at night. But anyway, I want to follow the thread from what became our European tradition to modernity, to post-modernity. Again, because it's important, and there's much here that's my original thinking and observation. And therefore, I'm the one to say it and put it across. And I wanted to appreciate it because it's important. Okay, so anyway. When you are looking at the European worldviews, if not philosophy, let's consider as a working hypothesis, two which are not necessarily in conflict, but distinguishable. The southern emanating from the Greeks and the northern emanating from their different circumstance. Now, the northern, let's say, has been characterized by a circumstance where their main challenges were less other people than the challenges of nature. Now, Clerk Maxwell proposed two demons as in challenges: the Augustinian devils and the Manichaean devils. This is not to be confused with the classical term of Manichaeanism. It's a devil, a name that Clerk Maxwell gave. The Northern Europeans were more concerned with Augustinian devils because they're challenges of nature and preparing for the next season and so on, and the anticipation of that, the time horizon that gave them, and the scientific expertise that developed from there was a concern and an ability and perhaps even an enjoyment to an extent of dealing with Augustinian devil natural challenges. Like I said, made them great scientists and engineers. Zeta says, sorry, just arrived. Sorry, have no idea what has been discussed thus far, but do have a question to pose if it's in line with topic. Okay. Well, you can. The show will be up, so you can listen to the early part. It's pretty good too. But I'm just getting into the meat of it now. You're not too late for that. That was all housework that had gone on before ZS. So the Northern Europeans were more evolved and skilled with dealing with natural challenges, what Clerk Maxwell called Augustinian devils. Now, these devils, these natural challenges, pretty much don't change. There's some mutation on them, but they don't. It's not. They don't change in order to fool you so much. They're not tricksters. They're a stupider kind of devil. But that's not to say that these are the ultimate concern. They are, and the problem is that in being involved in these concerns, we can become like a naive species. We can become a bit naive. So Middle Easterners, for example, are evolved in a circumstance where the challenge isn't so much nature. The food and shelter is not a big problem. The challenge is more so other people, other tribes, and so you develop means of deception and trickery, what Clerk Maxwell called Manichaean devils. So that in time is a skill that they have that can be used against the Northern Europeans in particular with a effect, but all Europeans really, because it's not true. All Europeans are in large part Augustinian in their concerns. Objectivists, and that's more what we don't like. We're not so into tricking people as we are, solving problems of science and engineering. Anyway, so whereas the Muslims have their, I think it's called taqiyya, which means deception, and of course, Mossad, their motto itself is wage war by deception. So that's Manichaean. That's a Manichaean devil, Manichaean trickery. So anyway, so I wanted to just touch that much on the evolution of the Northern Europeans and their both abilities and their blind spots, their naivety. And then there's the Southern Europeans emanating, say, from the Greeks, who were trying to, beginning with Plato in particular, were trying to develop this idea of permanence and substance behind the flux, the forms. And there's some truth to it. They looked at the phenomenon where you put your finger on the top of the straw and then dunk the straw into water. It draws up the water into the straw, or retains the water in the straw. That's merely putting your finger on top of it. But there's a substance there. But the problem comes in where one becomes fixated on the forms as being beyond nature and reality, and beyond correction, being perfect. Now, I'm not saying people don't read Plato. I read Plato. He's great, but there's a there's a problem here. Began being corrected with Aristotle, of course. Aristotle began taking us into what he called praxis. Again, there's this three-way partition in Aristotle of theoria, praxis, and poiesis in his worldview. And theoria being matters of perfect cause and effect, and the sciences, particularly the hard sciences, praxis being the social, and he held that called for epistemologically, that is the pure reason. And then praxis, the social world. And because of human agency and capacity to learn, and are concerned for relationships as mammals, and our biological requirement for optimal, not maximal needs, that practical judgment, that is what he called phronesis, was the underlying necessary guiding principle. And poiesis, the arts, music, literature, drama, that it calls, to Aristotle, it called for techne, technical means. All right, now, and you begin to, the sense making that begins with Aristotle, because it does make sense, is why you begin to, why he's usually recognized as the greatest philosopher, and esteemed by Europeans even more than Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is number 2 to Aristotle. And there's good reason why Aristotle bears that kind of esteem. And it's everything, because we are biological creatures, and he's assessing our human nature as mammals, as biology, that optimality and the golden mean and the golden and balance are the governing principles that he looks to, not maximization. And that's right. And it's something that people have lost sight of. That this is a vital part of the proper management of human nature. Now then, that applies to both group, which is praxis, group management, and the individual. The group outlook, and Aristotle says quite radically, as opposed to some stupid fuck like guest worker, that politics is of the first, is a preeminent concern, or metapolitics, but like that. Because if that's out of whack, then everything else is for naught. You can have your theories of cause and effect and everything else, and if the walls of your city are smashed in, or the borders and your boundaries of your people are destroyed, then what does it matter? It's like, so homeostasis is of the first effect, how to affect it politically, have borders and boundaries, and to keep in balance the different needs of the people. And that would and he would apply that also, of course, to the individual. And Aristotle is where the talk of self-actualization starts. So self-actualization, as opposed to some idiot like guest worker, what he would try to say that it's not a fundamental European concern. It is. It's most fundamental. And it's going back to Aristotle is going to be still drawing upon a teleological model when he talks about self-actualization. Unlike Plato's teleology, though, the ultimate aim end is not going to be outside of nature. It's going to be a teleology like a tree going from an acorn into its full manifesting and flowering form. That would be its actualization. So self-actualization for Aristotle would be like that, but because we are social creatures, to Aristotle as well, this is going to be, this teleology is going to be occurring in a context where that requires balance of the individual and of course balance of the society, and furthermore practical judgment as to how that balance is going to come about. It can't be a highly exacting science when applied to the social world, because it's too complicated for the agentive capacities of the participants. And that's not bad. It's just the way it is. Yeah, it's you have to make practical judgments. It's not. Anyway, nevertheless, okay. So there you have like rough sketch of not rough, a basic sketch of the Northern Europeans, the Southern Europeans, and the Manichaean as Middle Easterners who are going to take advantage of praxis and practical judgment and with their verbal skills, and they become, what Plato might call sophists. Using their words and their rhetoric and their casuistry, which means taking a situation and making the best arguments that they can from the situation for their interests. And they begin to use their way of fighting against the Europeans. Okay, so you have their let's just go to the earliest big war by deception, which would be the imposition of Christianity. The complete, this is a red caping of our moral order. It is a false opposition. And really doesn't even make sense as a moral order. But anyway, false opposition. The kosher folks, of course, were not happy with the Roman conquest and being scattered into Europe as diaspora, and so they came up with this red caping of our moral order, this false opposition called Christianity. And it was good enough to fool large swathes of our peoples, Augustinian as we are, naive as we can be. But I think a large part of it also had to do with the fact that people just weren't privy to the text. They were just relying on priests who were telling them whatever. Some of the priests might have even been, them as conversos anyway. Well, Saul was. I don't want to go into too much detail about that, but it is noteworthy that the things you're going to create in Christianity, they did create in this tremendous guilt trips. I mean, you're born with eternal sin and prescription of an insane purity spiral. I mean, telling you that even if you think of breaking one of the 10 Commandments, you may as well have done it. You may as well, I think it says, chop off your arm. And if you don't value Jesus before your own family, all this kind of crazy stuff, that you can't come to Jesus, and totally illogical across the board. I really don't respect anybody who's trying to put across Christianity to date. I mean, but anyway, I don't respect their opinion that much. It's like, I understand what they're trying to do. That's the only thing that we've had posed as a moral order. You need a moral order, but not that. That's what's so disappointing about someone as pretty and well-meaning as blonde in the belly of the beast. But anyway, so they're trying to overthrow the Roman Empire, first of all, of course. That becomes the new Great Babylon to them. They did, they did quite well. As, without touting Nietzsche too much, yeah, it's quite evidently that it succeeded. But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. Now, where did I want to go next with Christianity? So anyway, it creates this reaction to praxis. So where you get the Europeans were getting away from Aristotle's judgment as they're becoming more Christian and becoming more Platonic, and where the ideal forms beyond nature kind of thing. That Cartesian detachment is growing. In fact, and that's where I wanted to go next, Descartes was a Christian. John Locke was a Christian. The purveyors of modernity, the Enlightenment people, were Christians. So that they're into that purity spiral, and that this reaction creates the Cartesian anxiety, where you're looking for pure warrant. You're looking for a way to establish your innocence, your pure objectivity. What Gadamer would brilliantly call the prejudice against prejudice. Man, that sets forth the epic of modernity. It does, in getting back to our objectivist, naive Augustinian perspective. It did create marvelous technology and science. It did spawn that. It was destructive to ultimately to our social organization, and that's why Giambattista Vico, first major critic of Descartes, was trying to take us back into the Aristotelian perspective, where theoria and hard sciences were off to one side, and the central view should be, again, praxis and the concerns of practical judgment and optimal management, poiesis, the arts, and that sort of thing, off to another side. But the central view is praxis. Of course, Vigo being a Southern Italian down there in Naples, so someone like Kevin McDonald wouldn't like him, wasn't going to get much play among the Northern audiences. It didn't. He was just sort of like a monk down there. No, we had to keep trying our hand at the purity spiral and the objectivism. And then, so we have on the other side of the Cartesian divide, where Descartes going off beyond nature, you have John Locke trying to foundationalize things within nature. John Locke saw how the English aristocracy had privilege of better education. He resented that. He thought the middle class, anyway, should be able to participate as well. So that dovetailed with that prejudice, or that resentment dovetailed with the philosophy that he was coming up with, that of empiricism, that everybody has the same perceptions and therefore should be granted, at least to begin with, equal individual rights, civic rights. Classifications were a fiction, an empirical fiction. So the English aristocratic class didn't exist, and they should not be allowed to prejudiciously discriminate. Now, that's not. I'm not saying he was wrong in wanting to do away with the British upper class. That's absolutely correct. But we'll get into how that becomes weaponized a little later in the American context. So he's doing that. He's trying to found everything on the basis of the empirical, and Kant anticipates correctly that this is going to have a reflexive effect of throwing us into the arbitrary and not allowing us to, so including our morals. And so he tries to found everything purely on in the realm of pure principles in what he calls the noumena. He does many things. There's many good ideas that can be taken or several ideas that can be taken and reshaped into a proper modern post-Cartesian philosophy, but he was still Cartesian, as Heidegger would say. So he doesn't solve the problem. He tries to solve the arbitrary flux that someone like Locke in his empiricism is inclining us toward, but it tries, but fails. And his efforts came along too late anyway, because by that time, Thomas Jefferson had already kind of like written the Lockean way of civil individual rights into prevailing over classification of cultural patterns into the American way. I want to take one step back to where the kosher folks and their Manichaeanism came into play with Christianity and so on, and then moving up through Italy in the 900s into the Rhineland, where the Ashkenazi developed and their high verbal IQ developed. And they're crypsis. They're often looking quite European while being quite different people in their genetics and in their interests. That diasporic situation, and this is a theory that I've mentioned several times, goes back to a guy named Fawcett, and it's been advanced or promoted anyway, but quite rightly by Bowery, of horizontal transmission. Now, the kosher folks being out of their native homeland in the Middle East and scattered there after the Roman conquest, scattered in Europe, start developing horizontal transmission. That is to say, a parasitic relationship to the European peoples. It began not, though, with the Roman conquest. It began with the Babylonian conquest and exile into Babylon. That's why the stories of, Babylon is the greatest evil, okay? In Egypt before that. But, okay, so the are moved into Babylon where they're not natives, so they have to learn how to get to deal with that trick, you can even say, as it were, the natives. But a horizontal transmission starts developing. They're developing a relation to the people parasitically, not to the land. When they come back from exile into Israel, it's the same. Pretty much that mechanism is in place. That parasitic, and they're evolved for niche control. And this goes on to the 7 to 10 niches that we talk about later. Then comes the Roman thing. The Romans conquer them and scatter them into Europe, and they already have this horizontal transmission involved. Now, horizontal transmission means that you're well, we'll get into it. So they go into Europe first, and they do their Christian red caping of our moral order in order to overthrow what is to them the new Babylon, the Romans, of course, forcing them into exile. And then they move into the rest of Europe, and this horizontal transmission is evolving, wherein they consolidate the wealth of nations. Then eventually the natives come to realize this, that they're being exploited by their usury and so on. And they react, and they kill them to the extent that they can. What's the Spanish Inquisition, the pogroms, and then the Holocaust. And the problem is that essentially who the Europeans would be killing were the ones who were more situated, more accountable, more intermarried with the Europeans, less, in other words, less virulent, less toxic. And the worst ones, the ones that are really parasitic, really, and have got most of the money, are buying their way out, or buying themselves over the border. That is, so you're basically selecting for the worst kind, and they go over the border. That's a horizontal transmission. They go over the border. They're not developing an evolution in relation to the land. So they go over the border, and they go into mainly the power of the United States, right? And they move into before too long, they move into the niches heavily there, right? So what are the niches? Again, that's basically, I think, covers most of it. It's like, at least, as religion, the 3 Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, are basically their auspices, their jurisdiction. Then you have money, of course, usury, whatever the federal, whatever you can think of, money. There's lots of it. The media, and even internet nowadays. Politics, APAC, for example, how powerful it is. Long courts, of course. All the Supreme Court justices, whether it's Felix Frankfurter or Brandeis, and the civil rights, quote, civil rights acts that came into effect through them. And you have international business, of course. The corporations are largely heavily influenced by them. That's Facebook or whomever. Well, it's media, but it's also business. Starbucks, which is more real estate than coffee, is it not? Buying up inner city real estate after it's been after they have their Black Lives Matter people burn it down and make the value cheap, and that they can buy them cheap and then turn around and rent for prices that nobody can afford. Not other non-governmental organizations, unions, the International Workers Union, all that, and local unions, but not to be organized around our people, of course. This is a different kind of unionization. That's something that I'll get into. Foundations, advocacy groups. What other niche am I forgetting? Academia, of course. How can I forget? And that this branches into other power niches, other power and influence. So they move into that, and but it's not just top down rule structuring that emerges from there. Stuff that stupid Iranian guy like academic agent would be beholden to. But it's their biological patterns. It's now part of their evolution, which is going to, whether it's Zionist or in diaspora, it's going to be functioning as part of the same system, which will express itself, and even if only intergenerationally. Even if this generation, a particular kosher fellow, is not very antagonistic, maybe it's likely that his offspring will be, at very best, not very caring and concerned for our interests. Oh well, so what? This is just the way. This is just liberal. That's just the way it is. It's the force of nature. These immigrants. It's not the result of any policy. This is just what happens, like a flow of water. The immigration flows. It's not. They'll use these metaphors of a passive happening, not Emmanuel Seller and his Immigration and Naturalization Act acting through political, not string pulling, but bulldozing of the people's concerns. Gilbert Salgado says, "You can't stop us, Daniel. We have metastasized into every branch of society." Well, the good thing, Gilbert, is that we're not exactly trying to stop you. We are because we're beginning with an endogenous process from the inside out. We're looking to people who are European extraction and are concerned with maintaining themselves as Europeans and in that trajectory, and so we just pursue our own autonomy, and so it hasn't to do with where you are and what you're doing, to the end. We're freeing ourselves. Okay, so that's that, and so. Okay, so that's all, one thing. the kosher folks, despite how they're being soft pedaled, and then and on the one hand by some right wingers, and then typically oversold as the only problem, is a very right wing thing, because it's the right wingers themselves that are a big part of the problem, as much as the liberals, as much as the neoliberals. Neoliberals are just sort of a variant on right wingers, really. They're all operating on this objectivist purity spiral in reaction to the, let's say, sophistry and abusive praxis on the part of the kosher folks. And that objectivity comports rational blindness. And the rational blindness Gilbert says, your ideology is based on a fundamental falsehood that which equates culture with race. There is literally no connection. Well, that's bullshit, and it's it's a completely false statement, Gilbert. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So the right wingers, their purity spiral, they're going to have a rational blindness to their own subjective interests and to the relative interests of our people. They want to say that they want to found themselves on pure objectivity. Well, I deserve everything I have, and I don't deserve to be prosecuted because I'm so objective, deserving. And they'll dog whistle to conservatives that conservatives who want to believe that they want to be rid of the guilt too. Although they won't do any good for the conservatives, not much. And they'll take the payoffs from the kosher folks, and the neoliberals are pretty much the same thing. They're just only major difference is that they're dog whistling to liberals, BLM. These would be the corporatists who will sponsor BLM and that sort of thing. But their underlying argument would be objectivist as well. I'm just objective. This is the way it is. And the liberals also, not necessarily the richest people or rich people at all, but just want to try to justify conducting themselves, in which way, opening boundaries and borders and transgressing them, because they want to say that they're just objective. This is the depth grammar, the underlying depth grammar of the right wing and liberals is subjectivism, with attempts at foundations beyond nature or within nature. And this is what most of just about all of the quote dissident writers, the alternative writers, all these people are stupidly coddled into the kosher perspective of what they're doing, and they argue against the left, the red caping of the left, of social advocacy and organization. Okay, so and the depth grammar of being sold this, marketed this concept that the left is all these crazy things, not dealing with nature, not dealing with facts, not dealing with reality, not dealing with morality. When in fact that's a red caping. The depth grammar of the left is social unionization, structuring thereby social accountability and social advocacy and coalition building. They, of course, the kosher folks, ever since 2008, when they emerged to greater hegemony than others ever, of course they don't want us to have that. They've always tried to identify as the right, as reactionary. And stupid people will take them up on that and identify as right wing. They try to say that the left is about equality and anti-hierarchy. Well, not necessarily at all. No. It's about social unionization. But when they confuse these right-wing reactionaries, when they say this is what the left is, some stupid person like Gastworker, they will have our people think that the left, they'll be so confused. This is the left, therefore the left is liberal, which they got people believing a complete oxymoron in as much, a complete contradiction. So if the left is unionization, which it is, you're in the group or you're not in the group. That's the opposite of liberalism. That puts an end to liberalism, right? It's conserving within the boundaries. It's forming homeostasis. Okay, so what was I? So anyway, the kosher folks, because they're astute, because they're always vigilant about what it takes to maintain their folks, evolve that way at all, whereas we have not been so concerned. We've been concerned more with Augustinian devils, with natural humans, not the challenges of other people, maintaining our own kind. We take that for granted. The kosher folks naturally latch on to the best means, to some of the best scholarship and the best means of social organization. In the case of Marx, it's latching on to a very compelling idea that the workers are being exploited by the bourgeois and the ownership elites, and he's unionizing them, and because he's not particularly concerned with European peoples as nations and state apparatus that can ensconce and protect those nations, he's seeing that as part and parcel of the exploitation of the workers. So for him, the unionization was the workers of the world unite against the oppression of the elites, and ultimately of their state apparatus oppressive function would wither away. So he's anti-nationalist, right? Again, it's a well-told and very correct story that the after World War II, the Frankfurt School people were frustrated by the Marxists. There were frustrated by the fact that that the middle-class white Americans didn't want to overthrow the government exactly, that they were happy, that they were temporary frustrated millionaires. They didn't want to become classic Marxists and join with the workers to overthrow. So that these contented middle-class white people became the problem again to the kosher folks, and so they developed they developed unionizations and coalition building or around the classic politically correct trio to begin with: blacks, um, uh, feminists and other women, gays and other, and also, and then eventually others. I mean, basically anybody who was. It could be even just white anti-whites. Uh, so okay, but I don't, I don't care what you're talking about, what you recommend. What I'm saying is solid, and I haven't even finished unfolding it. It's um, so anyway, the bottom line, Gilbert, is that the kosher folks are different people. Not trying to kill them or exploit them. Just trying to defend the interests of our people. And maybe you don't want to admit it, but sometimes the interests of the kosher folks conflicts with ours. Okay, let's just put it mildly. Okay, so that aside, um, so you have the Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse, Theodore Adorno, which sounds Italian but is not. Uh, and others, Horkheimer, who was that guy from one of the southeastern European countries, Jewish guy. Anyway, the Frankfurters um, are attacking people in this way, attacking Europeans in this way. And they're going with Trotsky's concept of racism and anti-racism to destroy, to basically weaponize the Locketean naivety of civil individual rights being over the classification of group patterns and the boundaries and protection that would that might afford. So they come up with this, quote, Civil Rights Act, which is really just, a prohibition of European peoples in diaspora from classifying and defending themselves as such. And that was, and the Brown versus Board of Education decision that through the law clerks of Felix Frankfurt, how that would desegregate schools again, prevent the classification and discrimination in the interests of European peoples, even if it doesn't necessarily prevent other peoples from looking after theirs. Anyway, in the forced integration, and I was subject to this myself, having to go to school with blacks, getting busted, going to the other side to the black part of town, and so on. So you have that. So they're weaponizing modernity in a sense, the prejudice against prejudice. Saul Alinsky style, making European peoples, quote, live up to their rules, their purity spiral. Okay. Where are we in our narrative? Let's say. Then Need some coffee. In a minute, I'll take a break, but let me just soldier on at the moment. Yeah. So, my son is okay still? Yeah, looks like. So that's going on. The Civil Rights Act, the Rumford Fair Housing Act, which tells you can't discriminate in who you're buying, selling and or renting to. All kinds of things. The you know, blockbusting and so on. Frame Games goes into marvelous detail about that stuff. I think some of his videos are still available on BitChute and whatnot. Now, again, a distinguishing character, the big distinguishing characteristic of this platform is that we are not pinning all blame on the shoulders of the kosher folks. It takes these right wingers who are quite willing to take the payoff and the whether disingenuously or naively, and the neoliberals, same, the payoff, whether disingenuously. And the liberals who want to take the license and the licentiousness, that's their payoff usually, more so. It takes their complicitness to make this destruction of our European peoples, what's happening, to happen. They want to keep us thinking that the Marxism and the Frankfurt School that is the left, and to react to all the absurd distortions and abuses of these what are normally good concepts, postmodern concepts, ideas that are meant to bring us back into praxis, and their abuse of these ideas through their academics. They want to say that's the left, and have us chasing the red capes so that we don't get the concept that we need to unionize and build coalitions on the unions of our genetic kinds. Okay, so let me make a break. I'll just put on some coffee, and so I'm going to mute for a second. I'll be back in 2 minutes or so. Back. Okay, so the kosher folks with their media, academic, and political control have been operating the depth grammar, masters of discourse, as what was the guy's name saying that they are. Any time that the discussion of white or European identity comes up, they describe that as right or far right, and they know what they're doing in that because it's going to be it's going to correspond with reactionary objectivist identity, or if you can call it that. It's not even an identity. It's like a commit. It's a commitment to a purity spiral, to facticity, or principles beyond subjective and relative interests, and not identifying with the left and its depth grammar of unionization and coalition building and social advocacy, social organization. And so they've always wanted white identity to be associated with that. Now then, and that's problematic in several ways. For one thing, this objectivism, this quest for purity and objective innocence and pure warrant truncates social accountability. It limits it greatly, which for the disingenuous, this could be a good thing. Like I said, these right wingers, they say, "Oh, I'm just like the reason why I'm screwing my people over and getting rich is because I'm just better than they are. I'm so smart or whatever." Or the liberal, or the reason why I conducted myself like a whore and breeding with Congolese or whatever the hell is because I'm just better than they are. I'm not accountable to them. So it truncates social accountability and creates an inherent and therefore social correctivity, and creates an inherent instability of itself. It opens our borders and boundaries because of its short shrifting of social accountability. And that's part of the problem. That's why it's so important not to identify as right wing, or neither left nor right, or this other, or third position. These are just ways to let these right wing blind spots and back doors open and rigidities back in. That's only this platform is sufficient to keep that stuff out, those back doors. So they're able to manipulate these rigidities, and they're able to infiltrate these back doors. I'm secure, and if they become Christians, they're one of us. No, they're not one of us. There's such thing as genetics, and those are different. They have different interests. Now, of course, they're academics in the big business of selling talk to undergraduates who are the paying customers. Aren't necessarily that bright, who aren't, but need something to say, right? Well, they know how they may have concern over them, for their personal grumbles, and see advocacy for their non-European kind as a way, or anti-European kind as something that they'd like to talk about. So they'll latch on to all these social advocacy ideas, and even ideas which are fundamentally good and just they'll be taken into exaggerated form and extreme anti-European, anti-white form. And that will be presented. That's presented to European peoples as white people as the left. Ever since 2008, and Paul Gottfried and David Horowitz and others have saw fit to market that as the problem. Now, okay, so that shows that we need to take our hermeneutic to circulate back to a date somewhat prior. Now, well, I'm a bigger fan of Heidegger. I may as well say here that there's some limited utility to Wittgenstein as well. I'm using his concept of depth grammar, which he didn't develop. He just kind of mentions it in passing. But I've kind of penetrated to what he should have, if not actually meant by it, in my discussion of the right and the left, as an example. But another thing that he does well, and a useful idea that he has, the later Wittgenstein, goes with this idea of internal relation, which connects your thinking immediately, like one might engage in fractal technology. And you can always make sense of Wittgenstein when you look at things that way, that you're where to begin thinking, how to think, anywhere. You're connected immediately. And he's right. We are co-evolved to understand our circumstances. I'm going to get back to Vico here and what Johnson was saying with academic agent about Vico. And where was I? So I don't know, it's like, do I set Frank Meyer in contrast to, immediate contrast to the neocons, whether it's, what's the father and son tandem? Jesus Christ. This guy's still alive. Oh, my Alzheimer's disease. We have Leo Strauss is one, right? And again, I always confuse Leo Strauss and Levi Strauss, but one of them was the neocon, and their connection with Austrian school economics and the Austrian school itself, the positivists who were connected with the early Wittgenstein, or connected with Hayek. It's kind of a cousin of Wittgenstein. You have their objectivism, and you have the Randisms, and they don't want. When I talk about objectivism, don't confuse it with Anne Ryan, because she was more like a subjectivist. Recommending the people operate in their subjective interests. It's just misnomer to call her objectivism. When I say objectivism, I'm not talking about Ayn Rand. I'm talking about objectivity. And it's being seen, absurdly seen as a way of life. We should go around being objective, not with our personal concerns, not with the concerns of the people that we're related to in mind. We should, we have pure. It's ridiculous. Yet this is where these right wingers go. The crystals, or the other ones besides the Strauss, Irving and David Crystal. Was David? The younger Chris. Anyway, these jokers. We're more focused on the ruse of the Enlightenment principles that America was caught up in, whereas the paleocons, Frank Meyer, and the people that he influenced were trying to amalgamate those Enlightenment principles with Abrahamism, with, quote, Judeo-Christianity. And it's all Judeo-Christianity. I don't care what anybody says. Christianity is Judeo. So he was a mentor of President Ronald Reagan. Of course, Paul Gottfried picked up this Paleocon ruse and is still fooling people with it. And then from Paul Gottfried, he went to Pat Buchanan. People are still being fooled by his bullshit. And then, I think, Joe Sobran was pretty good. It's too bad that he got caught up in that, I guess, for his Catholicism. And Sam Francis is also pretty good, but he got caught up in that a bit, taken, on a detour by the Burnham stuff, which is Burnham's frequently invoked. It's like Joel Davis, for goodness sake. Anybody who's either trying to or just gullibly susceptible to getting diverted from kosher power and influence. And they gave, and then when San Francis died, there was another head of MPI for a while, and then they put Richard Spencer at the helm. Was their new hope that, because Paul Gottfried, like David Horowitz, he saw a bad intersectionality on the progressive stack of victim groups that were as leftistly organized, unionized, so to speak, rough coalitions and unions. They were having to look at kosher power and influence because they were obviously wielding disproportionate power and influence, and this is not good to them. Someone like Paul Gottfried, mentored by one of the Frankfurt School people himself, Herbert Marcuse was his advisor, his grad school advisor. They have to do damage control. So, and the neocons weren't going to help because it was clearly represented the abuse of power at that point. They were getting towards 2006, 2008, right? The neocons had done their thing. They had done their Operation Clean Break. They had used American military power to begin the project of destroying the regimes around Israel, which basically what they care about. And by the way, this Ukraine thing is just the latest manifestation. And you have Zelensky in power, basically, fighting a divide and conquer war of European peoples, effectively. But and two regimes that could potentially threaten or not be in the best interests of Israelis, effectively neutralizing themselves. So How we doing there? Okay. Um, anyway, so where was I? Okay, the paleocons. So someone like Paul Gottfried, and I say someone like him because people could say, "Oh, you're putting too much on Paul Gottfried." It doesn't. He represents a position very well. It's very serviceable in this working hypothesis, and his when you listen to him, it's he doesn't disconfirm my hypothesis either about him, nor David Horowitz. So they realize that there's got to be another. He's got to invoke the other. So the neocons were obviously one controlled opposition. They pretend to be conservative. Obviously, they're not conservative of European interests at all. They're taking advantage of the objectivism of the Enlightenment principles, the prejudice against prejudice that is instantiated through the American way. And they're taking advantage of that naivety to put forth their warmongering foreign policies. Now, someone like Paul Gottfried, he sees that how the neocons are their game is all too exposed, and he sees along with David Horowitz the destruction of how people are reacting to the Frankfurt School stuff, these exaggerated, perverted, weaponized forms of social advocacy against whites. And he realizes that he has to somehow resurrect the other controlled opposition, which was the paleocons, that had been suppressed effectively by the neocons through a useful idiot like William F. Buckley. And that's got to be rekindled. It's this Judeo-Christian bullshit, this right-wing identity. So they're coming up with another useful idiot, Richard Spencer, and the idea of the alt-right. And that forms like a big tent of through the auspices of Regnery sponsorship, which is a bit Germanophilic. Again, that's the market there in the United States. So you get tents of Christians, even of kosher folks. That's more like the alt-light tent. And you have the scientistic people who take science to stupid antisocial conclusions beyond correctivity, and people like Ed Dutton, and you have you'll have also a Nazi tent, because I want to get control of that. And also there is that market, and they could be good to sell to because they're going nowhere. Or if they go anywhere, it's going to be destructive for Europeans because divide and conquer. So that's another tent of the dissident right, alt-right, which has become known as the dissident right. Now, the common denominator, the key to membership of the alt-right, dissident right, is you have to wear some social stigma. You have to be somehow antisocial. That's the common ground. Usually on the grounds of this objectivism, thinking you're somehow above it, or it's nature, operating on natural fallacy like Hitler did. And there you have it. So they've successfully maintained, someone like Paul Godfrey has successfully maintained this stupid right-wing identity that they always try to pin on. In reaction, they just try to pin on white identity, European identity, right? Okay, so that was a program that came about in 2008 with the housing crisis, which is, the culmination of the boom-bust cycle, following the magic hand of Alan Greenspan and was it Bernanke? Yeah, something. Ayn Rand objectivism through Reagan's naivety and Thatcher's naivety, found reading Hayek from the Austrian school, and the boomers, cleaned up and got rich for themselves, so they thought that this was really okay, not caring about the social destruction, the social destruction that their locust swarms had left in their wake. All right, so you have the subprime housing crisis when banks were forced to give loans to minorities, and then on top of that they sold insurance on top of guaranteeing these loans that they couldn't back up and that weren't going to be paid back, and so on. That's all through Clinton and all that crap, and HUD that Obama was a part of. So the housing market crashed, and you had the 2008 bailout, and nobody paid any price for this, the greatest theft ever. That's when you begin hearing, maybe some younger people aren't going to be aware that before 2008, there was not this, what amounts to a marketing program against the left as the enemy. The kosher folks realize, and the right-wingers who don't care, and the neoliberals, and maybe the liberals, they don't care about anything but their drugs and sex, I suppose. So you have a concern that European peoples, in particular, not get the idea of the left, of unionizing, social advocacy, coalition building, organizing. That's all bad. That's something that only non-whites and anti-whites do. we white people, we're all objective and pure. We would never do that. We only care about facts and nature. God. White workers are so stupid. You are all so stupid. Anyway. So before 2008, you just didn't hear people talking about the left as the enemy. Liberals, the political correctness was kind of the thing. Like I said, I think that I heard the term lefties and lefties once during the Clinton Monica Lewinsky trials. I heard Laura Ingraham used that term when talking with Governor Christine Todd Whitman of New Jersey. And at the time I thought it was good. It's like, oh yeah, those bad lefties. But my point is that this would just, people don't realize that they're being sold a marketing term, and they're being marketed an enemy, this characterology of the left. You just say, go down the list of the things, here's a coloring book, or here's a list of things that of characteristics of the left. It's never, but the union is never about a union of white people, believe me, and it's never about social advocacy of white people, and it's never about an optimal balance of our concerns. It's about just the crazy cartoon distortions that I'm not even sure. I doubt even that many of these people of the so-called left would maintain exactly. But anyway, it's a characterization. Now, before I forget and come back to so this is a red caping of overall of the postmodern project, of what it was supposed to do. Right. And before I forget, I want to mention that another one, just one of my many original observations, that what is supposed to happen through the depth grammar of the left are social unionization, organization unionization, advocacy, coalition building, ensconced as such, doesn't mean that an aversion to truth, nature, facts, principles to be upheld. That some people are better at doing things than others. Some people are better at others in certain ways. These are niche concerns, and these we don't walk around being objective. These objective inquiries into truth and facts and that sort of thing, properly assessed, are to function as corrective feedback, to be gauged against the relative interests of our group. We don't walk around being objective without subjective interests. And if we have any sense we're not a sociopath, we realize we have to take into account the relative social interests around us that we are a part of, and that there are limits. There's to those concerns, circumscribed by genetic species patterns that delimits the group. And the group will also, the left forms social correctives for the homeostasis of our people. That is to say, the self-governing system. Now then, but that's not, these right-wingers are all going to be saying that, the left is just bad, and these things, these social advocates, just bad, and we are all, just properly reacting as pure purveyors of truth and facts in nature. Oh, before he made you heard. Okay, where to go next? Oh, we've only been doing this 3 hours. Still lots to cover. Okay, so this is the red cape that one of the red capes that I was chasing now heavily is the left fundamentally, and it's obfuscating its depth grammar of unionization. Having people say that it's about just the red cape of equality, and so you've got white people arguing against equality, and as if that couldn't be more stupid and tactless to present yourself as against equality, especially when that's not even what it's about. Or thinking that the left means liberalism, because well, they're trying to open our borders and boundaries. Their unions are, and their coalitions, but our unionization, of course, would be looking after our borders and boundaries. Okay. Connecting with that, just momentary, this is not almost a digression, but it's important. When Gadamer, Heidegger's student, talks about the Enlightenment as the prejudice against prejudice, John Locke's, for example, prejudice against classifications because of his experience of the discrimination of the English aristocratic class, the Norman class. One of the things that Gadamer does well in his philosophical hermeneutics is discuss the concept of marginals. And this is one of the things, of course, that will be abused by kosher academics and their anti-white policies. The marginals of a system, which, let's quickly add, can be anybody from time, which is everybody from time to time, is marginal. Nobody's always central in the circulating system, even if you're too smart for everybody, or when you're a child, of course, whatever. Or maybe you are just a person who is somewhat unfortunate genetics, and you're forced to the margins. Whatever the case may be, wherever it is that you're on the margins, the concept is that they can have a perspective worth listening to, because they, as marginals, they are functioning at the boundaries, and they can function somewhat as eyes there, if not guards, if not centurions on the system. They know where the shoe pinches. They know where they can see where very directly where the borders are being infringed upon. It's impacting them, and turn around the other way, and they have perspective on the system that they can offer. Some maybe that concept could be exaggerated, but they're not. As long as they're not necessarily, the thing is that they're in our group, and as long as they're accountable and they're reasonable, not asking for too much help, they can be valuable people to look for. And also, they demonstrate, in concern for them, they demonstrate our compassion and our humaneness, very indistinguished from these right wingers who are all about nature, survival of the fittest. Like, let's just trample people, and whatever. He's got some minor problem, and let's eliminate him from the gene pool. It would bring us back into being seen correctly as reasonable and compassionate people, and also availing ourselves of the whatever good things that these people who are temporarily marginalized do have. As opposed to associating us with the stigma of being overly harsh, cruel eugenicists, and putting them on the side of advocating people are being unfairly treated, and the ones with compassion. That we would be, but also, like I said, the thing, some idiot like guest worker who's saying, "Oh, we don't need you a marginal your marginal perspective at majority rights. The market has spoken." The market hasn't spoken. Kosher marketing has spoken, you idiot guest worker. Kosher marketing has spoken, not the market. Because when I talk about the marginal, I'm not talking about this perspective. I'm talking about the marginals of our people. It's not a marginal perspective. It's that, yes, we have marginal. And if you want to be more empirical, if you're focused on the end, because, being the reactionary boomer idiot that you are, this is one way to connect very, very literally, physically, materially, biologically with our group boundaries. You are averse to conceptualizations that are not so palpable. Well, there it is. There it is. But you know what, guest worker, you're just too stupid. That's the problem. You're too self-righteous. You're too egotistical. Anyway, guest worker for another day. But he deserves it. He deserves any criticism that I've given to him. That's Gadamer. Now, the kosher folks, of course, red cape the issue of marginals. And so when they hear me say that, when people hear me say that, they're thinking, oh, they're thinking of all these undergraduates in perpetuity with tenured kosher and liberal professors in the big business of selling them talk, who twist the idea and red cape the idea to where marginals are people who are outside the system and or antagonistic to the system of European homeostasis. Whereas marginals is supposed to be people who are, of course, just within. Someone outside the system is not a marginal, they're outside the system. But these are the people that are being presented as marginals by a moron like Bill Clinton. I want to include people. Pandering to Puro Fiomo's wish to incite genetic competition. Okay, so now then, I keep finding myself like trending ahead of in this hermeneutic survey and having to go back a bit. So that was the origin of the alt-right, now come dissident right, and this has not changed. People are still trying to exclude me, and I don't care. I'm more concerned with getting these things right than being popular for the time being, so that the people do want to know what's going on. They have ways to come. Anyway, circulating back. Maybe Vico. Begin back at Vico again. Now, Vico, the first major critic of Descartes and therefore of modernity and its synchronon. Well, it's not it's synchronon, and it's like really the beginning of its onset. for better in some cases, in the case of science and technology, and for worse in the case of social group organization and homeostasis. Again, he was trying to bring us back into this Aristotelian framework wherein praxis, or social group, is at center. Theory, technology, and science are at one side, and as you can say, as tools, and poesis, that is to say, narrative, not drama, arts, and music are at another side as tools at our disposal. But centralizing the relative interests of praxis. Now, this became what is known as the postmodern or hermeneutic turn, which decentralized praxis and in effect placed everything under the rubric not only of praxis, social concern, but that's saying that pragmatism or practical judgment was the central, the primary operating principle. And they weren't wrong. This postmodern turn isn't wrong. It's correct. A correction of the Cartesian estrangement that was destructive to ours and other peoples as group organization, and of course weaponized by the kosher folks. Like I said, it goes to the question of a tree. If a tree falls in the woods, and there's nobody there to hear it, does it make a noise? Well, it might make a noise, but if there's nobody alive, and this is a correction that I needed to make, and guest worker tried to take advantage of it. I didn't need to be more clear to say if there's nobody alive anywhere to even talk about it, it's irrelevant. So, in other words, it's putting objectivity in its proper place as a tool of feedback in the utility of the calibration of our group interests. Okay. So you have the postmodern turn is trying to take us back into praxis, and Heidegger was trying to do this as well. His talk of design, there being, is against the Cartesian estrangement to bring us back into praxis and care. He attaches care to design, there being. You care about yourself and your relations to begin with, foremost. You don't care about objective truths. Foremost. Oh, right wingers are so stupid. So anyway, and okay, so, but how to do that? How to cope with this purity spiral? This, the Cartesian estrangement. When modernity was working so well for people like Bowery and guest worker, they're making lots of money. They were getting lots of prestige for their engineering and science, and it was doing all these wonderful things, including destroying our people. Especially in its weaponized form, okay, where they take advantage of the blind spots of this rational blind spots of objectivism, and its short shrift of accountability, of social accountability. Okay. See, I have, where was I? I lost my place. Oh yeah. So Heidegger's grappling with these different ways to bring us back into praxis as a central worldview, and to grapple with the fact that it's the thrownness, the lack of perfect foundations, that is our existential circumstance. And he latches correctly onto two ideas, more or less. One is hermeneutics, which he got from Dilthey, I think primarily from Dilthey. These are European people. And emergentism, also a European idea. Now, I think Heidegger was concerned, and correctly so, perhaps, that Dilthey had taken hermeneutics, that is to say, narrative, as a means to negotiate the modernist Cartesianist estrangement, to bring it back into engagement. His talk of descent is really a hermeneutic thing. There being bring us back into engagement in hermeneutics. It's a process of inquiry as opposed to like looking for a pure form of truth. It's a process of an ongoing process of inquiry, and it talked of originally as a circle. I think that talking of more as a circulation of inquiry, a circulating inquiry. Now from the speculative, or what Kant would say is from principles that if taken too far can be speculative and removed from sensible reality, or to the other extreme of the empirical and sensible world, which if taken to another extreme, according to Kant correctly, becomes arbitrary. Now, Heidegger was de-emphasized hermeneutics to a large extent because he felt that Dilthey was getting too far into the speculative. And maybe he was, probably was. And so he emphasized the other big anti-Cartesian idea, which is emergentism. This is like kind of a development on Plato and Aristotle's teleology, particularly Aristotle's teleology, our inborn nature and where it leads. That's why when Heidegger talks about holding fast and things like this, I want you to hold fast to your emergent qualities for guidance as to what to do. But he realizes, that that's not enough. He realizes that we're thrown into an arbitrary situation where, unlike some moron like Semyagogue, the boundaries are assailable. That they are somewhat arbitrary, a little bit, not greatly, but a little bit. They can be challenged, to his chagrin. And he's not going to solve that by taking a perspective of, by decrying an anthropocentric perspective, which he stupidly does as a right-wing reactionary. We're supposed to have the perspective of vegetables or something. A tree. Have the perspective of a tree because Semyagogue told you so. Anyway, talk about reaction to kosher rhetoric as he does. Anyway, so there you are. We're in the thrownness of our circumstance, which is only to say that there is a modicum of arbitrariness as to our identity, as to who we are, as to our genetic patterns. Not that much, but it's it is. There's a modicum of marginalness at the boundaries, which can be tough. So emergentism by itself, to the chagrin of an idiot like guest worker, is not enough. You have to engage with hermeneutics as well. The circulating process of inquiry, if you're concerned is to maintain your people, your system, and yourself. With yourself, it would be autobiography. With a group, it would be narrative, historical narrative, and narrative conceptualization of our systemic boundaries. You can't see them. Because he's still locked up in his Cartesian anxiety. He'll have guest worker even recently trying to talk about faith as if it's a genetic thing, so stupidly. Typical wailing modernist. When a normal person engaged in hermeneutics will tell you that, faith is a matter of maintaining confidence, for example, in the patterns of your folk, even when material evidence is not available that you can or should, right? Because the narrative will connect with those empirical instantiations of the value of the pattern where they were. Now, this empirical or narrative expression, I don't want to say that Heidegger was that he was in a remiss on this either. He was not. When Heidegger talks about the necessary liberation from mere facticity, that is, from the arbitrariness of this empirical realm and this thrownness, this is what he's talking about. He's engaging hermeneutics and the coherence, accountability. Well, he doesn't talk this way. This is a development of myself on top of it, extrapolation of myself on top. The coherence, what he calls authenticity, but it's when you get away from the closeness, such a close reading of emergence. It's better than talking about authenticity is coherence. Coherence, accountability, agency, correctivity, homeostasis. That goes along with individual and group. The liberation from mere facticity, from that arbitrary thrownness, from that confusingness, into narrative coherence. So he's talking hermeneutic there. Okay. Now then. And he's trying to bring us back again into the centrality of what Aristotle called praxis, our group interests, our relative interests, as opposed to, trying to stay in the purity spiral of objective detachment, whether beyond nature or within nature. Either side of the Cartesian divide, the Cartesian end of math principles of mathematics, or the Lagatian end of just getting into into pure matters of biology, which is where the Hitlerists are caught up and stuff. It's like might makes right. Oh, this is how animals function. They get into natural. Well, that may be the way animals function, but that's not the way humans function in praxis. There's a lot of agency and correction going on once you get into the social world. And of course, our enemies want to keep us antisocial. They can abuse us in various ways without that social correctivity. So where are we? going to take a step away for at least 30 seconds. I'm going to put on some coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, back. One thing that I wanted to note here before I forget, in connection with with the idea of marginals, someone like myself, being Southern and Eastern European, half and half, has been a marginal to WN concerns, and the value of my perspective should not be dismissed. I've been at the frontiers and subject to the problems there, shoved off to the side. And so when I hear the way Kevin McDonald is talking of late, how he's always talking about how great the 1924 Immigration and Naturalization Act was because it protected the Northwestern European identity of America. Well, in as much as it did that and limited South and Eastern Europeans, I'm quite confident that that's not necessarily such a good thing at all, because this would only increase the I'd say systemic errors of that kind, and not allow for the corrections of the other kinds and more complete ecological homeostasis of European peoples. Southerners and Easterners comprising a kind of buffering of their own from non-Europeans. I don't want to elaborate on that, though. It seems pretty obvious to me that of these people who draw these distinctions, like Northern Europeans from Southern Europeans, and they're only care about those kind. This is a destructive distinction, and drawing a trivial distinction, not seeing a profound. A trivial distinction from a profound distinction. The profound distinction being European, non-European, not Northerners and Southerners of Europe or Eastern. And we all, as Europeans, should be concerned not only for the maintenance of the genus or for just our European kind, but for our particular kinds. In service of social accountability and human ecology. Accountability to pervasive ecology as well, and coordination with other groups, other human ecologies. Okay, and I haven't even really gotten yet to what I most wanted to talk about. If Zeta is still here, there's re-engaging some of the gender stuff that she's so concerned with. Are you still there, Zeta? Her last message was a half hour ago. TY. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay. So. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in where she is, so it's pretty late. It's probably getting too late for her. Um, okay, so I know I wanted to take a step back, not a step back, I wanted to keep our hermeneutic circulating, be as comprehensive in the overall perspective and the basics as I can today, and not worrying too much about uh, details. So we're talking about a very important thing, Heidegger's engagement of hermeneutics and emergentism, both important facets against, in the postmodern term, the correction of Cartesian, the runaway that Cartesianism is going to perpetuate, not only of itself, Locke and his dismissiveness of classification and patterns, is placing the technology of individual rights above that. The destructiveness of that of itself, that disconnection from our relations, from our praxis, but also, but of course, of its weaponized forms, and civil rights, quote civil rights, the Civil Rights Act, and which prevented freedom from association, but also, and classification for European peoples, but also was weaponized even further in the concept of anti-racism, which is anti-classification, which is, for us anyway. And Alinsky style, making us live up to the prejudice against prejudice of Cartesianism. And Heidegger's bringing back from this, and Heidegger's student Gadamer explicitly, with his concept of the prejudice against prejudice and the hermeneutic turn, the concept of marginals and so on. The liberation from mere facticity. So that, okay, it may even be true that a black is better than you in some momentary or episodic activity. But is he a more appropriate partner for your woman, a more righteous partner for your woman because of that moment and episode? Or rather, if there were boundaries which said, no, my daughter's accountable to our people, and she's going to marry one of ours, and she's not better off, is she not marrying with a guy who's maybe better in other ways? He might be a better engineer or scientist or whatever than the black guy in over, and a collection of episodes in the overall pattern, and certainly a more appropriate partner. So it's a liberation from the facticity of that moment and episode, and the capacity to connect with the coherence of the pattern. And there's a transcendent aspect there. Coming back to the empirical end, European peoples are a bit more sublimated than Africans. They reach sexual maturity later, and there are advantages to that. The create a more they create a different society, more complex medical technology and technology altogether, and science. And there's a lot of good to that. And there's a lot wrong with what I call this, the concept of universal maturity, wherein our masculine sublimation is derided, and whereas all masculinity is held to a singular universal standard. Asians have a different rate of maturity, a different level of sublimation. And of course, the danger is that you're going to get this atavistic result where we're all aping the black form of masculinity, sort of hyper assertiveness, testosterone laden, short time horizon assertiveness of the episode in the moment. And is that good? And well, I'm not saying that Africans shouldn't be that way in the circumstance, but this is where I want to come back to a criticism of academic agent, where he was really stupid in his last discussion. This Iranian guy, academic agent, the Iranian guy. Was saying a couple very destructive things, which bespeak his lack of connection with a vested interest as a European might. He goes back to the thing that is like monogamy is not natural, and I guess we can't do it. It's bad to try to expect this of people. It was completely idiotic. This is like the pure natural fallacy. Yeah, it's not perfectly natural, but maybe there are some animals that are monogamous, but to say that it's not doable for a good percentage of people is simply wrong. And to say that the amount of failing in monogamy is reason to denounce it is even worse. This is like a right winger going below human nature, going to that extreme to denounce monogamy, not only as an ideal but as a practicality. The other thing that he and many other people are doing wrongly now, as a result of late modernity, this incorrect assessment that the white guys aren't masculine enough. This is not the problem. That's not. The problem is that we don't have borders and boundaries. Masculinity should, if you want to be masculine, if you want to man up, what you're going to do is you're going to work with me on reestablishing borders and boundaries to our people. Otherwise, you got this universal standard of maturity, again, that has you trying to emulate the most masculine people, which are blacks, and you're not going to do that. You're not going to out macho them, and you shouldn't try. Why would you want to be like that and to produce the kind of societies that fall in its wake? You'd be a damn fool to not to turn your back on our optimal level of masculinity. It's sublimation that creates, what is, in my opinion, and a lot of people didn't, a much better society. It's certainly less violent in the day to day. Of course, you have the reactions, but that's something that we're taking on now. We're taking on the Hitlers and the other kind of the Putin and other kind of stupid reactionaries. Yeah, Pigger says wearing clothes is not natural. Toilets are not. Yeah, exactly. It's like, monogamy is not natural. It's just like, what are you, an animal? I'm sure the Pigger would agree that monogamy is not necessarily purely natural, but it's also doable and should be. For the practical most part, and that's an ideal. And there should be rewards and punishments attached. Anyway, okay, so I guess we're connecting here with gender, which I want to do at this point. I think we're ready. We're ready to do that. I don't know exactly how to tell you without getting into some sort of sanctimony, some sort of stereotype. So I'll just connect with what I might. I would imagine that in the West, although of course I don't believe that women were not powerful always, at least behind the scenes, and in some ways more powerful than men. You had prominent figures reacting to the guilt trips of our tangled and red-caved moral order, trying to establish pure warrant, like Descartes, like Locke, and like Kant. These are inherently unstable worldviews, lacking in hermeneutic correctivity, lacking that postmodern term that Vico tried to set forth, return to Aristotelian praxis. And so you got this people trying to foundationalize. And they've gotten the industry and technology overtaking social organization and correctivity, and culminating in World War I, and just total destruction, a horrible destruction of European people, which brought home the destructiveness of modernity to Europeans. That's usually cited as kind of the end of modernity as something to be enchanted with of itself. Although a moron like guest worker and a limited guy like Bowery are still wailing modernists. They can't seem to get over it. But anyway, them aside. Of Heidegger, as Matt Parrott pointed out so astutely, scratching his head in this week and wondering what the fuck. You have Wittgenstein doing it another way. Wittgenstein trying to rekindle the foundations with the Austrian school of positivism, which spawned the Austrian school economic shit. And his Tractatus, trying to foundationalize everything there. He would later be embarrassed by this, but that was the early Wittgenstein. And Heidegger, being in time, again, in its own way. And it's clunky, but, cool. Even by virtue of its clunkiness, German way, trying to bring us back into praxis, much more healing, calming, better way for Europeans than Wittgenstein's speed merchant whisking around. And okay, so all these men are dying and shit, and for reasons, World War I was not the war to end all wars, but you got Hitler again trying to foundationalize things in laws of nature, might makes right, below praxis, below correctivity, below social accountability. All over again, literally doubling down on that shit, on the modernist shit. These stupid Americans, reactionaries going on. Anyway, and so you have the catastrophe of World War II, courtesy of Hitler, and it was Hitler's fault mostly. You can say people should have stopped him, but that's all you could. The most you can blame other people is not stopping him earlier. Now, you can say that this provides ultimate proof that, that the male perspective should be criticized at all about war and everything. And that, it's totally bad for, the feminists. Oh. But the thing is that when you look at how popular that Hitler was with German women, pretty popular, and there's a reason for that, a bad reason for that, when you are below socialization, as Hitler was, and as these women were in following Hitler's ideology of natural fallacy, that they're functioning on the level of their base genetic incitement to competition. So really, behind these women who are putting up the Hitler salute, they're saluting just nature, wanting to see men destroy each other, and because they know that they're going to just breed with the winner, even if the winner isn't German. Like a lot of, there was German women after World War II could be found breeding with blacks. Just total catastrophe in terms of homeostasis that would occur through normal praxis, normal adherence to praxis. I lost a listener that must have been a Hitler fan. Good riddance. So the women were not necessarily innocent in this, in all of this, or what I shouldn't say women. I should say females of a puerile, unsocialist outlook, operating to their short-term interests on natural fallacy and the advantage of their position. And also quite disrespectful of the male position and the horrible sacrifice expected of males at this point. In 1948 was Simone de Beauvoir. Sort of the let's say almost like the kind of a high point of feminism historically. Let's say their second sex. French lady with Marxist training and friends with Sartre and his bullshit. So she has a great deal of skepticism, not only for the male perspective, but even the perspective of some of the greatest men, like Aristotle. I want to digress for a moment, into Nietzsche, who was an influence on Heidegger. Some passages in Heidegger you can see that he's playing a language game with passages in Nietzsche, and it's really interesting. But the problem with Nietzsche, though he might have been a necessary step in criticizing certain ideologies and the idolatry of certain historical figures. Okay, he's asking the who question, and who are they to say? More importantly, his criticism of Christianity. But Nietzsche, you can say he was chasing a red cape. He was saying that because Christianity was presented as the moral order, he's acting like morals are all bullshit. Should be done away with, which is totally wrong. Nietzsche was toxic, and his perspective is one that, well, he says it himself. Women love me. Yeah, they love you, Nietzsche, because you're an asshole. Because you are promoting an idea of it's such a toxic masculinity. Really, I mean, it's like, when does Nietzsche ever talk about the female qualities of cooperation, support, caring, a reasonable amount of sensitivity, sublimation? No, everything is, how you should be this brutish man who's undaunted by anything, impervious to everything. I mean, really disgusting. If you want to deal with men like that, you go ahead. I've had more than my share of that bullshit. Okay? Yeah, you should be a man. You shouldn't be a wimp. You shouldn't be effeminate. But he and other people are talking about just ridiculous, beyond European even. Even Nietzsche says, "Oh, I admire Africans. They just digest problems right away and they're done with it." Yeah, yeah, they're not sublimated. And this is the kind of advice that Nietzsche's giving. Yeah, yeah, women, crass women like Nietzsche. Yeah, and they should not, or people with judgment should not. Yeah, there's many smart things to say, but don't get carried away. Nietzsche's a very, very flawed philosopher and very toxic in his prescriptions. Destructive to European interests. So you do want to be balanced off with also the normal, good aspects of the feminine. All individuals, if they're to be a balanced individual, are going to have this as well, not just, but also society on the whole, of course. Now then, had Simone de Beauvoir had better judgment, she would not have viewed men quite so antagonistically and as enemies, but as coevolutionaries with shared interests to create a better balanced human ecology between masculine and feminine concerns. And instead, she wanted to look upon men as surely the privileged class, for the most part, who were responsible for the problems. And basically, to be taken down. Now, I want to connect here to some important observations that I've made that I deserve credit for, among many already. But this is a salient one that someone as stupid and ignorant as guest worker would never, give you sufficient credit for. But the fact remains. Despite guest workers' ignorance, that Simone de Beauvoir would be influential in setting forth very influential discursive structures, and particularly through feminists and then derived through more traditional and other women, which would be influential and directive, but not necessarily within the purview of the average male. And normal guys are not going to sit around reading Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, right? Almost 900 pages. And tease out, as I have, certain passages from de Beauvoir. Let me take note. Deep within the wallowing abyss of de Beauvoir's The Second Sex was, for one thing, a talk of the sacred ministry of betrayal. She cites someone named Colette, some woman named Colette, as saying, basically to men generally, you will never do as anything to me as hateful as I've already done to you. And Simone de Beauvoir's calling this, and Colette are calling this a sacred ministry. And then you can see that directly in Madonna's Like a Prayer video. It's a sacred ministry of betrayal, right? So they're feeding a level of conceited grumbles on the part of females that, the average guy is going to have to sublimate, but they don't have to because of their position. So the double standard, if a guy tries to be promiscuous, he's being a bit sporting because it's difficult. If a woman is promiscuous, she's a bully because it's easy. But earlier versions of feminism in particular considered this double standard unjust. And it wasn't exactly. Again, I'm not saying that men should be promiscuous either, or non-monogamous either. It's just that it's not the case that it's unfair because women are discouraged from that. So this weapon, this self-righteous weapon is lurking there, far out of the critical and casual purview of white men to apprehend from whence came and what it's about. As one, influential source, they're just going to say that all men are just always going to be promiscuous and cheaters and justify it that way. And some stupid men are going to, like academic agent, are going to play into that and they'll use the examples of the guys who won't be monogamous. It's just like all men or just nature, and justify they're being pigs where they are. That's a bit of a digression. It's not the main point. The main thread. And where, Simone de Beauvoir had the nerve to write a book like The Second Sex in the wake of World War II and World War I. All these Frenchmen died to try to save her stinking ass. Ugh. Appalling. Anyway, she said, as a second, she sets forth this discursive structure of feminism as women who have, as people who have no advantages. All the advantages are supposedly to men, but she's only looking at a few elite men. And not the majority, the 80% of men who are, struggling for anything, right? Suffering in quiet silence. Your nose is so edgy. So Simone de Beauvoir, was taken up by Betty Friedan, 1963, kosher lady, with a modernist angle still. She's drawing on Simone de Beauvoir, 1940, page 672, where Simone de Beauvoir says, "This utility of the housekeeper's heaven is the reason why she, speaking of traditional women, adopts the Aristotelian morality of the golden mean, that is to say, of mediocrity." And that's a brutal, cutting attack on Aristotelian morality and its wisdom. And it's bad. It's stupid. Because there you have the onset of not only the toxicity of maximization and the human potential movement, connecting with that naivety and that lack of wisdom and judgment to maintain a balance of concerns. But you're connected with female incitement. That optimality, Aristotle morality of the golden mean is mediocrity. It's not good enough. That's toxic. Optimality is not enough. Right? And this is the kind of poison that's being fed to girls, women, feminists, and channeling through them. But not only by means of de Beauvoir is she taking us away from the praxis of Aristotle and his phronesis for optimal judgment, for optimal balance of concerns. But this is being taken up. I've had this confirmed by Helen Hayes at Harvard, a feminist. It's being taken up by Betty Friedan in The Second Sex. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. It's being taken up by Betty Friedan in 1963 in The Feminine Mystique. That optimality was not enough. Because when de Beauvoir says, "This utility of the housekeeper's heaven is the reason why she adopts the Aristotelian morality of the golden mean, that is, of mediocrity," Betty Friedan and her kosher angle and casuistry is seeing the white women of the 1950s and their suburban households, as needing to be strictly in need of liberation, which means pursuing the top of Maslow's hierarchy of self-actualization. Now, and this is all quite original thinking on my part and observations. And now, Betty Friedan was literally a student of Abraham Maslow. She's taking the presumption that men are at the top of the hierarchy, and that basically women have no advantages. They're at the bottom of the hierarchy, and they need, in order to become liberated from oppression, they can't be satisfied with the mediocrity of the household. They gotta be career girls and world beaters otherwise, self-actualized, living the peak experiences of the top of the Maslowian hierarchy. Maslow, of course, being a kosher folk as well. Okay, I've got to take a minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Okay, so someone as stupid as guest worker will not appreciate how influential Maslow, Friedan and de Beauvoir are, and how important these observations are, because it's not whatever. It doesn't serve his ego. Hell, he won't appreciate how important that Aristotle is, because it's not him. Anyway, and how relevant that Maslow's really destructive concept of the hierarchy of needs was in terms of a human potential movement and how that played into the American way and its individualism, its civil individual rights, as opposed to social group patterns and classification thereof. So Betty Friedan is, encouraging. It's going along with this idea that women needed to pursue self-actualization in order to be liberated. And these are, even in Maslow's own words, the top of the hierarchy, or being unsatisfied in the top of the Maslowian hierarchy, are high grumbles, as opposed to low grumbles, and not being satisfied in the basic needs. So she's complaining about this starting in 1963. She's catering to these high grumbles of feminists. And only a few years later, the the Vietnam War is in full, and draft is in full swing, wherein boys are expected to go and die for this war that represents no clear and present danger, but is so the contrast was stark to me even as a child. That, hey, what the hell are these feminists high grumbles are darn conceited compared to what, well, the hippies anyway are reacting to. They're low grumbles of not wanting to die. They're pretty basic needs are not being met, right? Not being satisfied. So this is stark contrast. And it is important, it is relevant even now. And it's why I get so irritated with people who think that the hippies were just the source of bad. When in fact they were an inarticulate expression of the most basic needs of white men. Dasein, their being, and mit Dasein, being amidst our people, and that being the basic concern, and the concern up until anytime, unless the borders, well, that's about maintaining borders, and unless the borders are encroached upon, then we don't make fighting other people a priority. Yeah, as a man, more of that is expected of you, but not until. I went back to this idea of rites of passage in a eventually. So anyway, neither the feminists nor the traditional women were very helpful in this regard. The traditional women would just, of course, expect, oh, well, you're a man, you should go to war and die. And I mean, at their worst, of course. And the feminists were just ignoring the whole issue of trying to pretend that men were privileged. And this was just an expression of the privilege that they could go and die in Vietnam and come back maimed in every way, psychologically destroyed from their experiences in the jungles there. Having wasted how many Vietnamese lives, in addition, create. The stark contrast of their high grumbles, the conceitedness in comparison to, the basic needs of white men, in this case, in this example, was where I engaged my own personal hermeneutic to begin with. Heidegger says that we have to put our autobiography, our life, into historical perspective, and this is where I began looking and seeing a problem, an unarticulated problem, of the hippies actually representing a male perspective, a calling for the postmodern turn into Dasein, their being, a care, and for our right below rights as humans to exist innocent until proven guilty, as a valuable person until proven otherwise, that some intrinsic value should be assigned to us by dint of our having survived to this point of evolution as a part of our great European people, not just looked upon as cannon fodder. And this is very important. But also, you have this calling into criticism both the the Maslowian perversion of the Aristotelian notion, the traditional notion of self-actualization. But it's also calling into question the whole concept of the human potential movement, the dark side of self-actualization, the American project, be all you can be. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, as like the sine qua non. Thomas Jefferson, and Locke's individual rights over group classifications and whatever human ecology they might sustain. The dark side of that is in stark relief, the reflexive effects. It's hard not to be driven crazy as a man when you've been, tortured in Vietnam and coming back and seeing women, complaining about whatever conceited things that they might complain about at the top of Maslow's hierarchy. Maslow's hierarchy, though, is cast all wrong. It's a modernist thing, and it's cast all wrong. Oh, my screen went dead. For what will be our postmodern interests, or the postmodern turn to begin with, because Maslow was saying that you have these basic physical, biological needs which need to be fulfilled. Once that's fulfilled, then you have needs of shelter. After that, you might maybe then concerned with belonging. After that, and you're concerned with esteem, and after that, you're concerned with the farther reaches of human potential. Now, I leave that deliberately ambiguous, and the expression of the top of the hierarchy could be a lot of things. It could be, your career success, or political influence, or fame, or whatever you might see it. Just doing things that not too many other people can do. Great musician. I don't know. Of course, there's some bearing upon the traditional Aristotelian perspective of it's being an expression of actualization of your telos, of what you are, the end product of who you were born to be. From embryo to mature adult, you are actualized. But that's downplayed in this Maslowian notion, and particularly as it intermixes with the American project. Now then, so what are you talking about the American project for? Well, it's come to influence the whole world to some extent. Maybe not as unbridled in places in Europe as others, but still. It influences them directly or indirectly, even just because of the disposition that Americans take. That, oh, it's terrible that you're not actualized, right? Miss Livingston. But anyway, coming back to criticism of Maslow. So what's happening here is that he's taking a presumption that basic needs are quantified, then they move on to a next level of needs that have to be quantified, then you move on to the next level of needs that have to be quantified. You're getting away from a concern for optimization, for the astute observation that Aristotle made of its requirement for biological creatures. Right from the start, you're maximizing things. And even more importantly, even though he, kind of like furtively introduces it, it's not central from the onset as it should be. It's a socialization and our concern for relationships. Again, Aristotle. We're mammals, and this is vital to our interest and well-being. Our social. So when we try to critique this, we're going to talk about how socialization should be the most fundamental level. Our group boundaries and social accountability. What child is going to have its basic needs met without his parents, and what parents are going to be able to provide for a child without other people to some extent? They're not going to. So the social is the most fundamental level. Harry would argue, and he's probably right, that it's like, besides molecules, that is and people in conversation as such is really the only one of two dimensions. But anyway, before I get into that concern to retool Maslow. I want to talk about how this would problems in the context of the hippies as opposed to the feminists. Now, one problem with the feminist critique, of course, is that, first of all, not all men, and not even clearly, nowhere near most men, maybe 20% of men are at the top of the hierarchy politically. They do acknowledge some, the feminists, that there's a lot of men who are, under the bus. But it's to say that it's not emphasized is an understatement. They're mainly focused on these elite men and criticizing them, especially, of course, the kosher feminists, but de Beauvoir also. Marxist as she was. Now, what they're not taking into account, and particularly being misdirected by Maslow's idea, Ready for Dan, that a lot of these men who are at the top. Yeah, some of them are kind of privileged. They've gotten there and they've had their more basic needs quantified and maxed out. And that is true in some cases. But it's also true that men, as a rule, traditionally have been expected to make more sacrifices on these basic levels of needs. And therefore, they're not getting to the top as a result of a Maslowian uh, fulfillment of basic needs, but rather a Freudian or Nietzschean sublimation of deprivation and privation of these basic needs. That is, they're a bit desperate on these basic levels. That if they're going to get anything, they have to get to the top. And there's also the fact that there's been some traditional recognition of this sacrifice and trade-off, and setting aside of certain positions for men at the top, with the presumption that that they've made these sacrifices and they will have earned it, and know not to be too liberal once they've gotten there. Now, it's not that some men, particularly the ones who are just desperate, they're not overcompensating and destructive when they get to the top. Our critique is going to come to bear there as well. But also, but it's also the case that a lot of men have gotten to the top because they're very good. They really are intelligent and so on. It's not just a result of privilege and like that. But there are these overcompensating men who are destructive, and they're visiting the dark side of self-actualization upon the rest of us. It's reflexive effects, it's sociopaths, it's and it's rupture, their selfishness, as it dovetails with the American Project, rupturing our social classifications, rupturing our cultural patterns, putting us into the topsy-turvy of late modernity, the disordered effects of late modernity. They do bear critique, but it has to be much more nuanced than anything that Betty Friedan was doing. As if they're privileged across the board. So it's not just a Maslowian fulfillment of needs. There's also sacrifices, sublimation that goes into males being, overrepresenting the farther reaches of self-actualization. Okay, and so you could see the stark contrast of the feminist complaints, these feminist high grumbles, in contrast to the low grumbles of the hippies, where it wasn't even articulated as a male thing. I'm the only one saying this. It's an important idea that, it's just, well, anyway, I'm the one. You could see how this would make, it would drive a lot of men crazy. They become, sociopaths and do destructive things to women and whatever. Because it's so unjust. They're being treated as if they're privileged when they're being destroyed on the most basic levels, and nobody cares. It's a bit of a digression, but not that much. The blacks were, let me put the blacks over for a second. And the feminists were not acknowledging that they, traditionally anyway, did have their basic levels met and protected. not just, the basic biological levels of, safety, they're supposed to be protected, you're not supposed to harm them, but also, just routine functions on the, intermediate levels were seen as good enough and not appreciated as a part of an optimal life and an enjoyable life and necessary part of that. That this was enough for women to be, routine and fairly ordinary, not looked upon as good enough for men. And that's a big advantage. It's been a big advantage for traditional women. And the feminists weren't acknowledging that advantage. No, again, you can violate, and it's happening more and more now, women on these basic levels, but it is still and has been a big taboo to do that, to violate, whereas not so much to violate, to challenge men, let's say, on basic levels, and on routine levels. Okay, so more. Oh yeah, I want to just quickly mention how blacks play into this sort of incommensurate place and grumbles on the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy. The feminists were incommensurate with the hippies. They had high grumbles as opposed to the low grumbles of the hippies. Black complaints during that time expressed themselves in two ways. And of course, they were influenced. They're being, in some sense, some respects, very much guided by the kosher folks. In the civil rights expression, the Highlander School of Tennessee, where they're trained by Marxists how to conduct and present themselves in civil rights activism. The horn-rimmed glasses, the thin ties, the jackets, the jackets. Very trying to present themselves with the utmost dignity, right, and social convention. In other words, they were manifesting what I'm going to call the intermediate levels of the hierarchy of needs. They're calling for their respective on that level. Ordinary citizens. And this creating a very awkward, incommensurate contrast with the hippies, who were after their most organic, basic, and sometimes undignified, unhumanly dignified expressions of being and the right to be. Look at the white boy, has no integrity. Look at the white boy, has no integrity. But anyway, that was one expression of the black advocacy played out at the times. Another, of course, was black power, which was also after the top of the hierarchy, and also incommensurate. This kind of violent Black Panther stuff was also obviously incommensurate with the being of white men. Okay. So 5 minutes teaming up with that shit was a real nightmare. Especially since, well, we basically didn't want their women. There was no value in exchange there. Anyway, so as I've been saying, the hippies were not articulate, and they can and should be criticized for that. I'm the only one saying this. And not only were they not articulate, but their motive, Dasein, their being, and Mitdasein, being amidst our people, for white men, for white people, was obfuscated because either deliberately or because they didn't care. No, the liberals and the kosher folks. And they tried to make it sound like that, the hippies were all about free love, which was not, that's not being for white men at all. When you got men from everywhere vying for what might be your potential wife, that's the opposite. That's acute anxiety. That's not being. That's Herbert Marcuse, extrapolating Freud with his polymorphous perversion and his. I'll show you how to destroy Western civilization idea. That's Herbert Marcuse, and it's the Frankfurt School. And you have people trying to say, well, was it all about the civil rights? No. No, the hippies, the white hippies were middle-class kids, and their head was concerned with first of all, not going to Vietnam, and then with how to connect with their authentic way of being that had been diverted by traditions gone wrong. They weren't civil rights activists, the hippies. This is not what they were considered. Where I was, Montclair, Brookdale Park, down in Montclair and Bloomfield. This was not far from the riots in Newark, and you definitely didn't want any part of the black riots there. This was not an expression of your interests, clearly, of your concerns. So anyway, so you won't hear the kosher folks helping to articulate what remained unarticulated as the motive of white men for Dasein, which remains a motive to our day. Not necessarily the expressions, not the look, the music, the whatever of the hippies. There are other things that weren't related to their actual motive, but were more part of modernity and so on, in the human potential movement, the boomer generation. But the basic motive is one that essentially has to be recovered and understood to this day. This intrinsic valuation of white men, our right to exist, the right of our people to exist, basically, in bluntest terms. But then, the kosher folks and the right wingers don't want to understand, the right wingers don't care, or the liberals don't care. So just looking after themselves. And part of what made this motive difficult to articulate for white men, of course, was the fact that it was about organic synthesis, not analysis and political articulation at its most fundamental level. So that made it wasn't given to words and articulation from the start, unfortunately. And a lot of these guys weren't articulate anyway. But also, probably even more difficult was the fact that it was stigmatic by traditional standards for men to be concerned, especially in the context of America, where you're supposed to be so grateful to pursue, the top of the hierarchy and all the potential that America avails itself for, the American dream, the life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and you really seem like some kind of wimp and how can I say this? Just ungrateful, weak, non-representative of a man to turn your back on this opportunity of America to do just the greatest things and the most ambitious projects, to be rather turning your attention to basic concerns, organic being in the world and amidst your people. Very stigmatic by traditional standards. And here, traditional women would be perhaps even more brutal than the feminists. This is something that these right-wingers, these dissident writers, are not going to don't say that in the circumstances of late modernity, it's disordering and in the awakening days of postmodernity, or what should be postmodernity. Traditional women could be every bit as much a problem as feminists, because they don't understand the times have changed. The support and the structuring that provided a way and some balance and justice for men on the way to self-actualization, its pursuit, is not there. They're still tapping their foot and expect men to man up. Wonder why they're not man enough. Okay. So anyway, before I move into the Vietnam War, nevertheless, was stark enough an indictment, without even having to articulate it, that men were not necessarily at an advantage. So that it put a little bit of, it slowed down the feminist critique a little bit, but it also allowed for a certain amount of expression of being in men through the hippies, and being amidst your people through the hippies. But once the Vietnam draft was over, It's early, sometime in 1973, and it slowed down to near completion, and in 1972. Feminism just went into overdrive. It was a nightmare. I remember the time all too well. And before I get into that, and I don't think I'm gonna probably. I think there's something else I need to mention. Um, but I'm gonna put on some more coffee. With a brief break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It might take more like 3 more minutes, but let me remind myself of some of the things that I've got to go into. I've got to go back into the retooling of Maslow. I've got to go back into uh, the rupturing of social classifications by the American way and its weaponization, and why the human potential. Way and its weaponization. And then the emergence of increased significance of female one-up position. And then come back to more feminism and neo-traditionalism. Misspelled feminism, you know what I mean. Okay, now let me get my coffee. I'll be right back. Did I say we need to talk more about, yeah, I did, retooling Maslow. Okay, let my coffee set for a minute. And before we go on to follow the line of feminism more directly, let's come back into the broader context of how through the weaponized concept of Lockean concept so integral to the American project, wherein civil individual rights are placed above group classifications. Matter of fact, group classifications are, not only considered fictions, but egregious fictions, racism, and so on. And this prohibition of classifications, particularly as weaponized by our enemies, Alinsky style, ruptures are group patterns, human ecologies, and creates a vast disordering effect of modernity. And does that in connection with the concept of this modernist concept of self-actualization and the human potential movement that only exacerbates that rupturing of our social order. The prohibition of classification is another quite original among many quite original observations of mine, that it only goes so far in terms of our cognitive faculties in what they will require in order to make sense. Because we require a certain amount of human scale categorization in order to make some sense of the world. And certain categories are just impossible to ignore. One would be blacks, of course, and that would ultimately be to their advantage because that provides them with a coherent identity. Whereas white as an identity has more or less been prohibited, just looked upon as a something that should not be an organizing factor. And if it is, it's racist or, a violation of civil rights. But basically it's a tropism impossible to ignore as a category. So that's one category that's not going to go, that hasn't gone away and won't go away, despite the prohibition of classifications through weaponization of Locke's idea that classifications are an egregious fiction. And the other classification is basically too hard to ignore. They're trying, but it's not, look. Anytime I hear people railing about transgenderism or homosexuality, or even, I turn off the podcast immediately. I'm not interested. It's such a relatively minor problem. When was the last time that I saw a transgender person? I think maybe almost 25 years ago. And this is what you want to say is a big problem. Maybe if it's your particular circumstance, it's a big problem. But I think that we have bigger problems. Any of that stuff. Just get real. What a terrible diversion. Anyway. I got distracted for a second. Where was I? Oh, God. Sip of coffee. Oh my God, what was I saying? Oh yeah, categories just impossible to women. So this is females, I should say. This is a category that's just impossible to ignore. The distinction male and female. So while racial classifications are prohibited, there's still these classifications. And with other boundaries and borders ruptured by our enemies and the naivety and disingenuousness of our right-wingers, liberals, and neoliberals. You've got this classification, male and female, impossible to ignore, and you have a stupid woman like Claire Call trying to make that into the everything, and not the race issue. That we have the right to manage our human ecology. God forbid. And she wants to make gender the central thing because she's a disingenuous fuck. Anyway. So anyway, with our borders ruptured and opened, and the prohibition of classification and discrimination accordingly in our even benign purposes of self-defense and preservation. We have our females, I'll call them, being solicited from all angles. Parrott draws upon some literature, I think it was Heinlein or something like this, to make the astute observation at this point. Or an observation of his might be added at this point, I should say, that civilization was a contract to wherein most men would be free from having to defend the borders. There would be groups of men who would defend the borders, and so they would be free from having to compete over women. They could just like take it easy, right? But they would forego fighting over women because they didn't have to so much. Problem was that civilization, this contract was reneged upon. The borders were thrown open, and men were still had their hands tied behind the back, prohibited from fighting for the women, while other men, while outsiders, interlopers, could come and have at it, as they would, in the rape gangs of the Middle Eastern rape gangs of English girls and so on. Now then, the problem is these girls, puerile girls, I call them that because I want to reserve the term woman for a female that's been socialized into social accountability and concern for her people. Whereas a girl is someone who can be good or bad, but is still, while unsocialized, can be prone to act like more like a female animal, not seeing herself as accountable to her people. Pandered to, her base, from every direction in particular, her base atavism comes to the fore. She incites genetic competition, just looking to breed with the winner, like the Nazi women, not Nazi girls. She is pandered to, particularly by the kosher folks, of course. Liberalism, in her short-term interests. In this game of hypergamy, she can pursue, even mediocre and sub let's call them provisionally, just so to speak, subpar women can, not women, girls can, females, I should say, can pursue having children with not only the alphas of whites, but the alphas of other races as well, and they're encouraged to do this, to incite genetic competition, to turn their back on their people, responsibility, and they're solicited as such and encouraged as such by this disordered situation. It can provide them with a very short-term advantage, and they're empowered as gatekeepers to only let through the gates liberal men who will help them maintain this powerful position of theirs, more powerful than ever in a sense, as they're solicited from all angles and pandered to. So they in turn empower the most liberal men who keep the borders wide open and the boundaries open, and inciting the most brutal competition. And they become, they're people seek them out where they used to seek out priests or philosophers for a couple of reasons. They want to see if they can like appeal to them for humaneness, or perhaps even advice, because they become very articulate and confident as a rule, more than they should be. and their perspectives are more reinforced than they should be. Their female predilections are more reinforced than they should be. Their valuation, for example, of confidence, which can go too far. They love confidence. Yes, they love confidence, but who's more confident than black people and black males? Well, nobody. And do they merit being so confident and high in themselves across the board? Not necessarily. To put it mildly, I don't want to steer clear of controversy here. So what they value: confidence, imperviousness to sensitive concern for people, and so on. The alpha male shit that the manosphere talks about. The whole society says what a woman wants and what a woman wants. What does a girl want? Maybe what she wants isn't right, or isn't good. I said there has to be this balance between masculine and feminine predilections. I mean, do we really want the female perspective, the Nietzschean perspective on males who are just antisocial and undaunted no matter what, and impervious and just sheerly confident and don't give a shit about anybody? Is that this is certainly not the European model. This is more the African model, is it not? But what someone like Rouge was pushing, the manosphere, where you are. This is the R selector strategy as opposed to the European K selector strategy, where you just fucking as many women as you can and having children with it as you're Eddie Murphy or something, or what's this other guy's name? There's 9 children with 7 different women or something. Black guy, another black guy. Or do we want the K selector strategy? You have a wife and you're taking good care of your kids that you have only with her. So confidence can be taken to an extreme, obviously. You have to have some, of course, in order to be able to lock down the essences, but not so much that you are a brute who is dismissive of intellectual survey completely, and the slight amount of hesitance, of quote unconfidence in the correctness of as opposed to the hyper assertiveness that can express itself through blacks, and the lack of impulse control, which I guess can seem quite the winning move. Momentarily, episodically, for sure, to puerile females in this disorder. So the point is, there's been this rupturing of group bounds, and there comes a solicitation of puerile females and a pandering to them. So their base atavistic instincts, incitement to genetic competition, and so on, and self-righteous liberalism comes to the fore, even exponentially. But this nightmare, this part of this nightmare world that we live to, and they're pandering. I'm not saying that they're not influenced by the kosher folks. I'm not blaming females. I'm saying that this can be, and often is, the female nature expressing itself when unsocialized, on the level of just sort of kind of naturalism that some dumb fuck like guest worker would have it. That is to say that socialization, the classification, is absolutely necessary. And if you don't have group bounds, another very original idea of mine, you're not going to have anything that could sufficiently be called socialization, because it's going to be diffused into a universality that becomes a lower and lower common denominator and more animal. Until it reflects back in war, I suppose. Because that's not us. That's not people. That's not how we're meant to be. It's not our nature, not our human nature. Okay, so we need these classifications in order to maintain our human ecology, and that might not seem good to a puerile female who's getting so much empowerment through the solicitation of open borders, of liberalized borders and boundaries that would have otherwise provided for that unionization that would have structured the social accountability and correctivity. Okay, so they're being pandered to, and this is a big part of the muscle wherein even a lot of women most women, I think, don't call themselves feminists because they realize they don't need it. They already have more power than is for their own good already, in a sense. And that's one thing that I want to quickly add, that people will say, well, look, how do you say that women have their basic needs met and their ordinary needs met? Look at all these women on Mark Lighta's channel, Soft White Underbelly. Well, that's it. Once the borders and the boundaries are erupted, yes, they're solicited and they have an advantage in the short term. But once the ordering is disrupted to that effect, then even their, what was once the taboo of violating their basic interests becomes less and less effective, particularly with regard to hostile people of other races. Like, black women are not as sympathetic to the destruction of white women, as in the case of, like, O.J. Simpson case, cheering for O.J. despite his obvious guilt. So So it's going to come back to them eventually, even though it's an advantage in the short term. This, liberalism. That doesn't mean that not enough of them who are doing well enough so that they don't care, and they're powerful enough so that a good percentage of them will continue to maintain that liberalism. And so we've got to do something to make them live with the consequences of their decisions and not impose them upon us, which is where the concept of our sovereignty being a function of our consent and any attempts by others to impose other people's upon us without our consent is proposing putting us into involuntary contract and therefore servitude and slavery. They are the slave masters. They are the takers away of freedom. They are in liberty. They are the would-be supremacists. So, you want to do that? You want to go with other people? You can go ahead, but you don't impose it on us. But I digress. Now then, okay. The sun is affecting me. I hate it. I hate what it does to my melatonin. But I need to soldier on here. Okay, so these girls are still manning, so to speak, the feminist positions and critique of man and quote male power and influence. They've been pandered to and solicited, as I was saying, particularly stepped up after the Vietnam War was over, the draft was over, and their stark hypocrisy was no longer being in high relief, in high contrast to the Vietnam War, where men were being sent to die just because they were men for nothing. And like I said, you have 1972, and Helen Reddy, I am woman, hear me roar. And you have Ms. Magazine. I hear it was a CIA front. And that was the only year that it made, or that Gloria Steinem, who headed Ms. Magazine, was a CIA operative asset, something like that. It was the only year that it made money. I hear the Rockefeller Foundation had something to do in that it wanted women in the workforce in order to drive down wages. So there was a right-wing aspect behind it too. And then you had Elizabeth Holtzman with a big upset unseating Emanuel Seller in New York. Emanuel Seller is the infamous proprietor of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, which opened the floodgates of other races to America. But Elizabeth Holtzman, another kosher lady who ran on the Equal Rights Amendment for women. It didn't pass, but she did that. She was a feminist, and she even managed to take over Emmanuel Seller's seat. So that was happening around that time. And you still have the feminine stuff taken into higher gear. God, it was unbearable, and especially more and more as it began to creepily connect with an alliance with Black Power. You didn't see interracial couples really in the 70s. Not normal white women anyway. To maybe I'm sure there were some, but it was not something that you'd see for the most part. Not really until the mid 80s and late 80s even did you see that among middle class white women. But there was always this ominous buildup from females of constant criticism of white men and constant defense of blacks, no matter how destructive they were. Blacks could burn down your city, but they were victims. That's not just a recent phenomenon. Let's talk about 1967, 8. They're burning down American cities. They burned down Newark, Detroit. Anyway, so the kosher folks are pandering to puerile females, and it's ominous. It's really scary what's looming. Floodgates hadn't opened yet, but you see what's happening. What did happen. Starting with Madonna's "Like a Prayer," kind of after that time, the sacred ministry of betrayal was unleashed. And it's really not funny. It's a terrible affliction. And what could be more horrible than to have the people that you're born to love, trained to hate you and betraying you, and thinking that they're the most divine and hallowed for doing this, and being treated that way, they are the gods of virtue, and you're the bad guy. But there was some damage control attempted. And here, our hermeneutic is going to turn back to de Beauvoir once again. And another kosher academic I didn't know until later than I should have. Carol Gilligan was not an Irish lady. Her husband's name was Gilligan, but she was a kosher lady. And if you look at her, it's unmistakable. My God, she looks like who's the guy who was with McCarthy and Donald Trump? Roy Cohn. She looks like Roy Cohn with long hair. Not exactly pretty, but anyway, but very kosher looking. Carol Gilligan picked up another key verse from Simone de Beauvoir. And again, this is not something anybody else is, just one of the many things that nobody else is doing but me to notice, to observe. Maybe I would have to say to people of this generation, this age group, why are you mentioning Carol Gilligan? Well, she was very, very important stage in feminism in the 80s, through the 80s. And even now, holds an important place in a different voice, in which she describes sort of different predilections that she construes as different moral orders on the part of men and women. She's saying that they have different different moral orders, and that would be a kind of abuse of traditional essentialism to say that it was, but to say that they have that men and women have different moral orders, but to say that they have different, she does articulate the fact that men and women have different sort of ethical priorities that are manifest, and it makes sense when you see what she's writing and how, and you're looking at what the women in your life are doing as opposed to what you think as a guy. But anyway, and I had this also confirmed by her colleague at Harvard, Helen Haste, that with her neo-traditional angle focusing on the qualitative differences of females, but still within the feminist framework, also took a line from de Beauvoir as her point of departure. From de Beauvoir's Second Sex, page 681. I'm quoting de Beauvoir now. But she knows that he himself has chosen the premises on which his rigorous deductions depend, but she refuses to play the game. She knows that male morality, as it concerns her, is a vast hoax. So what you see what's happening here is that Gilligan is saying that men, white men and white women, have a completely different moral order, and that the male moral order is irrelevant. It's a vast hoax. They have a different way. They have a different voice. Now, in some ways, that poison is packaged as a neo-traditional reprieve, because she's not doing the modernist feminist thing of Betty Friedan and saying that women should be treated just the same as men and have actualization just the same as men and compete with men. No, she's saying that the problem with the top of the hierarchy and power influence is that women's different way of doing things is not respected. Not that they should do things like men, but that they have a different way of doing things and that they should be respected. And it's not, it can sound like it's a relief. But of course it isn't, because she's essentially flouting an imperfectly corrected moral order that would of course be shared by white European men and women alike. That would be integrated in the postmodern turn, but she's not helping, and don't think that she wants to. Okay, now just as a quick note, Gilligan was saying that women are more. Oh, never mind. It doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Let me go on to. So we're in the 80s here, and the destruction, miscegenation, and what's people might not understand. It's not gone into full force yet. It's like, basically you don't really see much in the way of, a few celebrities, but not much in the way of ordinary people doing that. At least not in the open, not much, and not so much that of itself it would be bothered by it. It was more the narrative that was going on. That anti-white man hatred was already in full force. It was they were laying it on thick, and I'm battling that alone. Of course, not saying the Klan, the Nazis, the Christians, is to say the least, as anything like sufficient allies. And then by around 1990, I have this idea of the necessity of retooling Maslow, and this idea that white men should be advocated just like others in this kind of culture of critique. I was naive, a bit naive at the point that I was going to be able to do that. But I wrote to Pierce up at UMass about that, and he responded, and he sent me a couple papers. One was ironic because he co-authored it with a woman whose name was Sharon M. Rossi, which is exactly the name of this one bitch who destroyed my mind for a time. I don't want to say that. It caused me great anxiety for a couple of years, for 2 years. But anyway, on the problematic practices of feminism, and in that paper, he talks about how, within the context of modernity, even well-meaning men could be put in the quote wrong, no matter what they did. If you try to treat her with, what do you call it, demure, you gently, for the special quality of her gender, then you are a wimp and a condescending patriarch. On the other hand, if you treat her as, and you're a wimp and a condescending patriarch, and you're not respecting her autonomy and freedom and liberty as an independent woman. On the other hand, if you treat her as one of the boys, then you're a pig, and a male chauvinist pig, not respecting the special quality of her gender and imposing your chauvinistic, your male chauvinist worldview, trying to universalize it over her. That helped, just to know, psychologically anyway. I don't know if it made any practical effect in the real world, but it helped enough to know that there was this paradox that could be invoked at their convenience, and they could be conveniently put into the wrong no matter what I tried to do. Whether I treated them as one of the boys or tried to treat them as a gently considered other kind. So that was one paper that Pierce sent me. The other was racism, sexism, and other ist accusations. Racist, sexist, and other ist accusations, in which the gist of it was that if similarly as the feminist article, if you say no, I don't classify and discriminate on the basis of classifications, say blacks. I try to judge everybody on their individual merit. Then you could be accused of being disingenuous, of ignoring the historical pattern of group classification and discrimination that's gone on, say, against blacks. On the other hand, if you do classify it and say, okay, I think that these people should be helped as a group and deserve, say, affirmative action, then you are classifying and a racist by definition. Now, that not only helped to clarify a disingenuous game that liberals will be playing and weaponizing against whites, but it also put front and center the significance of the very concept of classification as at the heart of matters of race, and it's something that is maintained to this day. And someone as stupid as guest worker tries to deny the significance of, and I'm not going to allow that. But anyway, so Pierce was having Pierce was not anybody that you would call a racist by any stretch. He was a liberal, but he wasn't completely absurd. He had some compassion on someone like me who was clearly suffering. And so I went. I wrote him, more, and went up there to study with him. Soon, unfortunately, he left and went to another school, and I wound up working with his colleague, which was maybe even better, but that's what happened. But the problem was that I was not going to be able to develop these ideas in the way that I wanted, even though some of the more abstract underpinnings I was going to become deeper and deeper equipped with than perhaps I would have even with Pierce. So anyway, that's the way that worked out. It was a few hellish years at University of Massachusetts. But really, affording the opportunity to work with top-ranking, and I mean top-ranking academics. Our department wasn't doing public relations for the Clintons and the Gores for no reason. They were just, they were on that level of skill. It was ironic for me there because I hated Clinton from the day one. I was just like, when he became president, it's like, where's Lee Harvey Oswald when you need him, right? Anyway, what do I want to come to? So I wanted to develop as a thesis, and it was even approved by my professor as worthy dissertation material. It's retooling of Maslow. And it's historical contexting. Um, uh, what was I? Doing pretty good, and there was something that I wanted to say when I went into the retooling of Maslow. Oh yes, okay, now I remember. So this is all happening in the 80s, or developing in the 80s, early 90s, before the internet, and political correctness is in full swing. I don't. When people say that they have nostalgia for the 90s is a better time, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It was a nightmare. I'll tell you why it was an even greater nightmare, because you had um, political correctness in full crescendo and its hatred of white men, and yet you didn't even have the internet for any recourse to like thinking people. You were just on your own getting hammered. It was horrible. Um, anyway, so although I knew that white men deserved advocacy, and I was trying, it was going to prove impossible. Although this Maslow was critique was and retooling was abstract enough so that it was at least acknowledged afloat, and I think that it was even shown to Al Gore as an example of what this kind of modeling communications perspective could do. Anyway, so I'm addressing the problems of the second wave, the first, second, and third wave of feminism by way of Carol Gilligan. I'm calling her the third wave. I don't know if others would. Second wave, Betty Friedan. First wave, de Beauvoir and women before, I guess. And the hippies as a thing, as an expression of male perspective and needs requirement, which was rather, kind of clever on my part, indirect way of talking about white men. I'm talking about the hippies, because after all, if NASCAR is implicitly white, then certainly the hippies were an implicit white thing too, very much so. Even the most important being, as opposed to being considered expendable in Vietnam and being amidst your people. Question of Heidegger's postmodern turn. Anyway, but by the mid '90s, that just wasn't going to happen, and it was unbearable. The abuse of political correctness, the feminists, the kosher folks, the anti-white hatred, the misaginator onslaught. The rule structure of the demographic makeup of America just drove me out of there. I had to get out. And where I'm going with that is that that this was all. So that's a look at feminism before the Judith Butler stuff came about. And so if people are wondering why I don't say more about Judith Butler, she's a bit more maybe not contemporary, but more contemporary than the other feminists have been talking about. Not that the other feminists are irrelevant in the way that I'm talking about; they are. But Judith Butler, I have not, I've not looked into her in depth. I don't feel the need to. She's just looking like an abuse of social constructionist and Frankfurt School culture of critique. She's a kosher lady too, of course. So she's just an abuse of that stuff, that kind of cultural Marxist stuff, in service of, not in service, basically deconstructing white men, let's say. If someone wants to help me develop that for some reason, if there is some reason, another day, yeah, okay. But I don't think, for practical purposes, there's not a whole lot of reason to go into it, besides the fact that it's something that would be cured with classification of our people and a recognition that she is not our people. She is a kosher lady who doesn't care about us and is antagonistic to us and our balanced gender relations. Now, if we did, Howard Stern did not defeat political correctness. Howard Stern was a pig, disgusting pig. I always hated that son of a bitch. It's disgusting. No. If we, with our classifications, our boundaries reestablished, there are ways to negotiate fair gender relations. And I cringe every time I hear some of these right wingers talk about feminism and even the trad women, because they're going to be, to say the least, overcompensating and would be quote corrections to the point where they're not correct either. They tell women that they're only for making babies and staying home and shutting up or whatever. Just really dumbass. What was like a white Sharia and no, what we need is borders, and then we can work out a fair relation. Now, coming back to the retooling of Maslow's hierarchy. No, it does not take a pig to get the job done. It takes borders and boundaries to get the job done. Okay. I'm still there. I thought I lost my power for a second. Just the guy turned his motor off outside. With our borders and boundaries, and our capacity, therefore, are women not pandered to and solicited by all angles and held to account to our people, or be gone. That's the offer they can't refuse. Then we can say, look, well, obviously, in this situation, no, we don't want to hold our women from pursuing self-actualization, but they have to appreciate the rigors and the difficulties that men were subject to merit those positions, expected to, in order to occupy top positions, basically so that they would not be so liberal and they would respect our boundaries. And our boundaries are not up for vote. Our borders are not up for vote, for one thing. But basically, it's that they're not too liberal, that they respect our inherited forms and ways. Um, you, if you want to pursue as a woman self-actualization, to a more extreme level, then you should be subject to more challenge on the basic and intermediate levels of Maslow's hierarchies, so to speak. You don't have to. You can just opt, normal levels and basic levels and do the more traditional thing. That's fine too. On the other hand, you should not be, so critical of men who are on top as if they've only gotten there because they're so privileged. Back off. And also, so that there is not this expression and even overexpression of sociopathic men at the top because they've, been so desperate for their privation and deprivation on basic levels. And the reflexive effects, the dark side of self-actualization, the rupturing of social norms, the sociopathy, the aberration. You should be, but you should recognize and help cultivate the idea of going easier on men as they pursue the basic levels of and the intermediate levels of being and routine. And this will stabilize men, women, their relations, the social patterns. Of course, most fundamentally, the most fundamental, in some sense, the only real level would be socialization, or social boundaries. The only reality besides molecules, in a sense, in an important sense. Again, that's not there. If that concern isn't there, then we don't exist. Then what does it matter if a tree makes a noise, if it falls in the wood or not? It doesn't. So anyway, that's not, and that is not to say that men should be told that they can't or shouldn't pursue self-actualization in the higher realms either. It's just that they're going to do it much better and with much more sanity if their most basic level of socialization, being, and routine are satisfied, and if they're allowed to return to these things in a circulating concern and a management of a circulating management and optimization of needs, socialization being not only the framework but the most fundamental, and social accountability, borders and boundaries, as opposed to a lineal maximization, impervious to social requirements, as the Maslowian trajectory would do. You could say that Maslow wouldn't talk that way, but this is in its popular form and effect. That's what would happen, particularly in the American context of Lockean civil individual rights, impervious to social classification, human potential movement, its other variants, it's Fritz Perls or the be all you could be in the army, and uh, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in the American way. Um, okay, so the point is that these things, these gender relations, could be managed fairly and in concern for optimization, and our homeostasis could be managed, and a good topos to examine this through would be in the restructuring of Maslow's hierarchy, so that it was an optimal circulation of needs, as opposed to a hierarchically organized maximization of need fulfillment from biological, not even starting on a human, not even grounded in human socialization, not centralizing that up to self-actualization. Retooling, reincorporating, thereby the Aristotelian perspective of the social priority and social/political priority, and the concern for optimal as opposed to maximal as a requirement, a human requirement, with us being biological creatures. And that wisdom, in conjunction with his observation that we as mammals care about relations, and therefore, that's even more fundamental, that the social being built in right from the start, our social concerns. You may say that, well, we're very individualistic as Europeans, but even McDonald will acknowledge that even if we have less ethnocentrism, we do have it. But also, the fact that we are less ethnocentric and less social than other peoples is all the more reason to uptake the social constructionist perspective, to sensitize us to our indebtedness and to social accountability. You have to remember, even though it's been red-caped, and the alt-writers, dissident writers, are so stupid as to refuse to understand what's being said here in social constructionism. Social constructionism does not deny facts. It does not deny. Social is properly understood. Does not deny facts. Does not deny social accountability. Does not deny facts. Does not the reality of race in its proper form. In its red-caped form, it might. Race is just a social construct, but you need that word just. And with that word just, you're not doing social constructionism, because you are, with that word, you are bypassing the whole social realm, which would not deny the reality of race. You can deny it, but everybody's going to correctly think that you're crazy. So it's not social if you say it's just a social construct and it's not reality. And this is something that the right wingers and dissident writers and so on are too stupid to get. What social constructionism is doing, rather, as opposed to the right wingers, is it's not saying that's just the way it is in the Cartesian way, making short shrift of account and social accountability, but rather it's saying that it's always calling attention to our agency and our social responsibility and accountability, a means for coherence, accountability, agency, correctivity, homeostasis. There are, like I said, there are 4 levels of agency that are invoked with social constructionism. It's very important, and it's why our enemies red cape it and have everybody misunderstanding it. And this really begins, again, with this part of the postmodern turn, beginning with Vico, who's often cited by better social constructionists as the kind of the father of social constructionism. Our Southern Italian man in the face of Kevin MacDonald's prejudice against Southern Italians. Fuck them. Anyway, the first level of agency recognized by social constructionism would be the more literal, as in constructing a building together. Right? That's social construction. 2, the metaphoric, as in parents constructing, quote, constructing a child with the help of some sort of input from any number of people around them at present and historically. 3, the hermeneutic level to manage the non-Cartesian process of inquiry between rigor and imagination as need be to facilitate systemic maintenance, individual group. Hermeneutics is necessary for the liberation from modernity's mere facticity and the arbitrary episodes into coherence, rather, and accountability for both individual and to follow the historical expanse and temporal systemic breadth of our people. So there's that hermeneutic level of social constructionism, along with the first 2 parts. And then 4, the post hoc, and this is important. This is where people criticize social constructionism as denying facts and the reality of race and so on, and they don't get it. That social constructionism is like hermeneutics, like emergentism, a anti-Cartesian solution, a postmodern turn. And if it were to say something is a mere social construction, that would be to betray its mandate and to say, and to be Cartesian again. It doesn't do that. Its final level of agency would be post hoc attribution as to how facts count. That guy may think he's a woman, but he has a weenie and a Y chromosome. That's a fact, and for us as sane people, that means that he cannot use the ladies' room. Of course, the bizarre gender stuff is a red cape to make the concept of social constructionism didactically repulsive to whites to dissuade our people from it. They're going to say, well, that's what the left does, those social people. And from their sociology classes, someone like G.W. was, those social justice warriors. But to overshoot, to overreact to the red cape, to react to the deterministic extreme of scientism reduces our agency, keeps us rigid, rationally blinded, susceptible to infiltration, low on social accountability and correctability, and thus manipulable. So social constructionism is a camp that our people, as advocates of white people, as advocates of Germans, should be within. Shouldn't do the Jared Taylor thing. They think that race is this optical illusion. He's just like not even chasing. He's waving the red cape in service, basically serving our enemies, and not allowing for the postmodern corrective. He's a boomer, not seeing what an astute Xer like myself will be observing as vital to the social corrective of the boomer psychologism, egocentrism, selfish human potential movement shit in its dark side and its destruction of our social patterns, rupture of our classifications. This is meant to be a correction to that. Matter of fact, all of postmodernity in its properly understood essence is meant to be a corrective to the ravages of modernity, whether just plain naivety or weaponized. Anthropologists, among others, saw what modernity was doing to other peoples and tribes. Some honest enough to acknowledge that it's destroying our own people as well. And, well, like I said, modernity, it's Cartesianism. It could be good for technology and engineering, and our Augustinian nature would be would have a predilection for that. Someone like Bowery, of course, and also of the boomer generation. Its effects had not quite blown back on them just yet. If they were of a STEM type, they could have added to their profit and their self-actualization. So it was good for some people's bank accounts, of course. It was good for engineering and technology and science. It was not so good for maintaining group boundaries and homeostasis. Its universalism ran roughshod over that, particularly as it was weaponized, Alinsky style and so on, against whites, in order to, and where it didn't really care about differences to other races, was bad for them too. It could be bad for them too. So what the postmodern term was doing with my professors, though I was never allowed to, or particularly by some idiot like Guestworker at Majority Rights, was never allowed to put this across, useful idiot on behalf of the kosher folks that he became, and maybe even unbeknownst to himself. What the postmodern term was supposed to do was manage was to protect our inherited forms, our homeostasis, and others, allow them to protect their inherited forms too, from the ravages of modernity, particularly its weaponized forms, and also relieve us from the backwards traditions, and also from attacks from ignorant backwards traditions of others and their ethnocentrism and outdated traditional ideas, so that we could take the best of tradition or benign traditions, participate without the pangs of self-loathing for the appearance of conformity, transcend the modernist paradox of, you have to be different in order to fit in. Take the best of tradition, the best of modernity, put aside backwards and destructive traditions that didn't help maintain our inherited forms and ways. Stave off the worst of modernity, where it's destructive, pushes into destructive experimentation without the control of our inherited forms and ways. Put aside its universalism, let alone its weaponized forms by the kosher folks. That's what postmodernity is supposed to do. And who talks about it that way, except for me, and who is understanding it correctly? Because of the red caping of these ideas. It's being presented as a bunch of Foucault and Dada, hyper-relative, ironic nonsense. That's how it's presented, because they don't want people to understand this. It's clear. Postmodernity is supposed to help you to recognize the importance of borders and boundaries to your people, as opposed to modernist universalism and the wrecking of your boundaries. Now, the kosher folks, the kosher folks on the highest intellectual level are going to understand this and implement this idea for their own interests, and try to subvert, and they're going to be largely a part of those trying to not have our people understand it. And if you want a big load of horse shit, go listen to Luke Ford, and it'll give you a huge load of horse shit. Okay, so where do we go next? So this is where feminism is just like just part of the problem, and it's kosherized weaponizations, and just part of the problem. And the right-wing reaction are no help either. They're just like acting into the altar cast that the kosher folks are providing. What you really need is Christianity, so you can fall under their Abrahamic yoke and that sort of thing. And their expectations. The problem is that men are not manning up. They're not man enough. No, it's more like you need to be more of a woman. How about more feminine? For one thing, that's more the problem. But more than that, like the traditional perspective, people who just merely want to go back into tradition are not understanding the postmodern situation or requirement, or the late modern disorder, that you know, the requirement now, is not men to try to be more masculine than the men of the world. Certainly not to be so foolish as to try to be more masculine than blacks. That'd be stupid. Not that a lot of people aren't. Not a lot of our women aren't so that they think that our men shouldn't be. But that we need to reestablish borders and boundaries. Plainly, and that's done through a concept of unionization. And so when someone like Blonde in the Belly of Beast says, "Oh, she hates leftist white men," well, she's purveying a misnomer. She hates liberal white men, because proper left ethno-nationalist white men would be talking about establishing borders and boundaries for people and social accountability. That would be manning up properly. Not getting into fights with other men directly. When you have no social backing whatsoever. You have no coalition. You have no union. So she's not doing. It's not harmless when Blonde in the Belly of Beast says, buys into this ultra caste or this characterology of the left, quote, as the enemy. What else do I want to talk about? This hermeneutic narrative, but this is where this is the postmodern turn, a hermeneutic turn. In other words, it's supposed to be reconstruction and protection through unionization of our inherited forms and ways. Christianity of itself doesn't exactly work in that regard, even though Kevin McDonald tried to console Blonde in the Belly of the Beast and other Christians that it was ultimately reconcilable. It really isn't. It's a universal religion. It's a self-destructive religion by definition. Self-sacrificing religion by definition. I don't need to elaborate on that. Anybody can see. We don't need it as a more. We can have a real moral order that once our borders established, that whereby our people were encouraged to have children. So many red capes, so of the left and its unionizing and social advocating, social justice, criticizing social justice warriors. Can you imagine? Jen Scharf takes credit for that. I wouldn't be, even if it were true, I would not be too keen to take credit for making that into an enemy term. That's really stupid. What, you don't want social justice? What kind of asshole are you? I mean, it's like, they want whites to say that, don't they? They're against social justice. They're against equality. Bigger says, "I'll never defeat." Are you talking to me? I'll never defeat the Sinai Revelation. It's defeated already. It's gone. It's nothing. um, the so the social justice warriors. The red capes, the social justice warriors, the criticizing that, all in service of protecting kosher elitism and any right wing fuckhead elitist is willing to sell out or the interests of our people. Any liberal fuckhead who's willing to open the borders in order to satisfy them their pig license and licentiousness on the grounds of pseudo objectivism. You know, making the left the unionization that would hold these people to account otherwise into the enemy and misrepresenting it as, you know, Marx in his unionization of the international anti-national proletariat, or the cultural Marxists, the anti-whites, the blacks, women against white men, gays against white men to the extent that they are. They want that to seem like that is the only thing that the left can do, and not want us to use the concept of unionization, coalition building, social organization, social advocacy. And some stupid asshole like guest worker would be like completely down with that, because, you know, of his boomer STEM generation, he has profited, and he doesn't want to believe in his irresponsibility, his responsibility and his irresponsibility. He wants to believe. He wants to see these red capes coming out of the cultural Marxist of academia as representing the only problem, and he wants to take that on by like reacting as a right winger into the quote objective truth and of his ontology project, what really is. Not understanding anything, well, not understanding so much of importance of the postmodern term as even Heidegger meant it, and though he would try to present himself as a Heideggerian expert. Okay, he's latched on to the concept of emergentism. That's good. Holding fat. Good. It's not enough. Because we are, as Heidegger say, thrown into our circumstance. There is a modicum of arbitrariness to our boundaries that have to be socially reconstructed, and which can be traversed and abused, and our people tricked if we don't have the rule structuring and narrative to uphold those boundaries. And that's on any level as fundamental as any. And GW's stupidity will never put that side to side. Aristotle was right. Aristotle was right, not GW, even though GW thinks that he's smarter than Aristotle. That, these political concerns are radical from the start to any sufficient philosophy. So, and if that's out of whack, then the whole system is not only vulnerable, but prone to, well, what's happened now? Because we've been susceptible through right-wing boomer adults like that, like GW. Wants to say that the market has spoken, that my marginal perspective is no longer. Again, not advocating a marginal perspective. I'm saying that there are marginals and that they mark the boundary of our system. The market hasn't spoken against my what I'm saying. Kosher marketing has spoken against what I'm saying. The left is the enemy. And all GW can do in service of his narcissistic personality disorder, and he's a narcissist. Narcissistic personality disorder is straw man what I'm saying because it threatens his unmerited gargantuan ego. And Bowery has not been much of a help, to say the least. Encouraging GW from his entitlement, from his scientific perspective. Scientific means overextension of scientific application, where it's a bad application of science in the social realm of praxis, as Aristotle would say, where because of the agency and reflexive effects, capacity to learn and interaction of the social world, perfect scientific notion of necessity and causality has to give way to practical judgment a bit more. Bowery, like GW, would prefer to hang on to the red capes and say that's what not only all the humanities are doing, and need science, but try to say that that's what I'm doing instead of what I am doing, which is correcting, which is criticizing, putting aside these red capes in favor of the understanding of the postmodern term, how it's supposed to be in service of the interest of European peoples in Europe and in this diaspora. And I call attention to the several red capes that are going on. Like I said, the Christianity's one. That's the most fun. I mean, that's the most major of our moral order. A very fucking moral order. Christianity's one. The idea, the left as the enemy, a huge red cape. Like I said, the depth grammar is unionization and coalition building. That they don't want us to do. They want us to say that it's about equality and anti-hierarchization or something like this. Someone who's on top of a given one. That's just another niche in a proper view. Not exactly better, just another part of the system. Not exactly better. They do the Steve Sailer thing in order to serve the Ashkenazi and their high IQ. They would say, this one was an absurd one, the Steve Sailer thing, where human biodiversity is cast as a matter of IQ. Can you imagine anything so stupid? Can you imagine anything so stupid? You're taking what is a good idea for social organization and advocacy and concern. It could be very popular. Human biodiversity. A horizontal and a qualitative niche idea, and turning it into this quantitative measurement and hierarchy thing of IQ, because it serves the Ashkenazi. Fucking Steve Sauer. These people think is so great. He's partial kosher too. Enough, obviously enough. So that's another red cape. And then you got, like I said, social justice warriors, diversity. What a great red cape. Well, diversity is obviously a good thing. It's ecological. It's, it's an appreciation of different qualities and niche abilities. It should be within and between groups, a respected thing to value. But no. They represent it as integration. And some people think when they talk about diversity being a bad thing, they mean integration and homogenization being a bad thing, which it is. But they want to equate that with diversity. So they're arguing against diversity. And even though people know what they mean, kind of, it's still, they're arguing against what is essentially a good idea. Or not, they're arguing basically against what is a good idea. At least in words. Diversity means, we're maintaining our distinctions and respecting qualitative niche differences. That's another red cape. Another red cape would be of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is a good thing. That's what we want. Do you want monoculturalism? Do you want the whole world to be a big mulatto blob? Maybe you do, but that's not ecological. That's not what most people want, and it's not what our people want. But you're arguing against multiculturalism. What are you arguing for? Arguing for integration. You've been red-caped. You're chasing a red cape. You're a fool. You're against Christianity as a moral order. You're against morals because you're against Christianity. Again, you're chasing a red cape and becoming some kind of like amoral Hitlerist, monster based on natural fallacy. Christianity is not a moral order. It's not our moral order. It's a confounding of us to bring us under Abrahamic subjugation. What are there's more red capes. But that's the concept of red caping that I've developed, that they have you chasing as the enemy, the left, and it doesn't deal with reality, and supposedly, so that we're chasing away. They take the best ideas and they misrepresent them, they exaggerate them, they distort them, and they weaponize them against us. They red cape them and have something like Paul Gottfried as us chasing them as the enemy problem or the problem, and along with it, chasing away the underlying concept which we need, like in the case of the left, unionization. That's in the depth grammar. It was and a thought there. Tord did not invent national borders and boundaries. It's absurd. I wanted to say something after this red keeping. Um, but it's still, this is still in high gear. What's going on? We still, our people are still chasing the red capes, still arguing against the left. And still reacting as if, here's what I wanted to say. Yeah. It is largely the old, in many respects, the old problem, reaction, solution game that our enemies are playing against us. And and Paul Godfrey said, "Oh, the solution is Christianity." No, it isn't. That's obviously been part of the problem. It's a red caping of our moral order. Egregious. And it's not, the solution is not Nietzschean overcoming of morals. I mean, he's really chased the red cape there as Nietzsche. No, we need sufficient moral order. We're decent people and we have to require that of ourselves and others in coordination. The first requirement is borders and boundaries. And that's done through a concept of unionization, which does not require engagement with the politics and apparatus at hand in these countries. This can be done amongst ourselves independently to begin. We don't need to, don't need 10 Downing Street, don't need the White House. Don't need any political, the European Union, any political structure that you can think of. I'm sure there's more things that well, there's more, obviously there's more things that I can say, but as I close in on 7 hours now, I'm getting exhausted, and I think that I've said what I needed to say, because I wanted to, even though I've said this all before, I wanted to, as it's coming together in a way that's more clear and coherent, I wanted to deliver it for you. Neatly, concisely, in a 7-hour package. You'll notice in those 7 hours, there's not too much repetition. But, yeah. Let's see, I'll take it up to the 7-hour mark. I'm reading 6:54. For some reason, the time counter shuts down 5 minutes before the actual count in the end. So I guess that means we got about 11 minutes more. If there's, let's see if there's anything that I can come up with that I might have left out for now. Well, if I left it out here, it's going to be covered in other podcasts. I don't think it's a good idea to take on interlocutors today. Over the coming the weekend, I will. But I don't think that they can really help this podcast. I've already learned my lesson in that regard. But after a long podcast of this sort on my part, where I was covering important material that nobody else is saying, even if I'm not giving credit for, they're important ideas. I've come up with them, earned the right to be accredited. Come on with someone like Tom White just saying the stupidest shit. I'm not, oh, the only thing that matters are Germans. Why don't you love Hitler? Blah, blah, blah. This, oh, God. Why don't you do that? So I learned my lesson to be careful with inviting people on, because Well, I guess I could edit them out, but I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend my time editing these podcasts. I've never done it. It's probably not that hard, but I hear it's a pain in the neck. There's a few podcasts that were actually pretty good, and I deleted the whole thing because there was a few problems in there, and I shouldn't have. I should have edited them. That's another mistake I won't make again. And it's also the reason why I wanted to do this podcast, because I'm saying things that I would have said in those quote good podcasts of mine that I took down for my own flaws and for the stupid things that some guests could say. So we won't have this be a podcast with guests. You won't hear Claire Collins' lovely voice in this one. Let alone other right-wing perfidy. Anything else? I think that we'll go for the next podcast. We'll target Sunday, this coming Sunday, which is what day? Where's the 24th? Saturday, the 26th, and I'll see about whether. Norton's usually busy, but maybe I'll ask him if he's available on Sunday. Matt Parrott might be able to make it. We'll see, and try to find a time that maybe Snorkel Blanc could participate. Again, it's like guys like Parrott and Snorkel in particular with wife and kids. I can't expect them to devote much time, if any, on a Sunday, when they should be exercising their kids and so on, enjoying the world with their family, and I don't begrudge them that at all. Or maybe they should be able to find 15 minutes. On the other hand, I don't know. Whatever. People have their reasons. But mirth is generally compliant, and then maybe Zetta's has claimed that she had a question for me. It's true, but I wasn't doing interlocutors today. Maybe she'll have the time on Sunday, maybe not. Maybe some other. I thought that Tiffany was quite good. Some other. We'll be joined by some others. We'll see how. If we can have some interlocutors on. So I guess then we will adjourn until then. I thank you all for listening, and I recommend anybody to listen to this. I'm sure, as always, I'm going to remember some things that I should have said today, and that's just part of it. That fallibility is just part of correctivity, and why not to be skeptical, as the pragmatists, that is said of the pragmatists, to their compliment. We'll deliver that correction on Sunday, along hopefully with a discussion with some others. So, I want to make sure that I said what these things I need to say without interference this time. So again, I thank you all for listening on, and Bye for now.